is well seasoned.
You think
Good
it's a
prosthetic.
service to humanity
It's
to
fine.
get rid of them?
Yeah, with Declan Byrne and Marley Silver.
All right, thank you to Poppy. Very well versed in debating.
Wow, feels good.
Yeah, does it? Yeah.
Feels good.
I can't believe she gave it to you there because everything was
going
You
to.
were getting angry. You spat the dummy.
Yep.
And then
I may have jumped the gun a little bit.
Oh, gosh. All right, so 2-1, and I would like to put it on record that I think Sam Kerr is Australia's best ever footballer.
Easily.
Yep. All right, nearly time for us to scoot. What are we looking forward to? Well,
We're just fully immersed in Origin, right?
Origin
When
fever.
I leave the studio, I'm dyeing my hair blue and
You're going to get Blatchy's Blues wig. You're going to perm your hair.
I'm going to perm my hair.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and just wear blue all week.
I'm going to give you something less interesting for you at least, but
Yep.
some people listening will be excited. The IPL final. So we haven't talked about the IPL at all because it's on at the worst time.
It's just because there's so much cricket.
Cricket overload. Anyway, there's 3 Aussies in the final playing for the Mumbai Indians. Cam Green, who was like the highest, I think, overseas player bought. Maybe, I think he's like a $3 million man. He got 100 recently. So he's pulled out some form going into the final. Then Jason Behrendorff and Tim David. So 3 Aussies in the IPL final to look out for. But really, Wednesday and Thursday night, clear the schedule.
Rip in.
Rip in. Cattle dog?
I mean, yeah.
We're cattle dogging.
You know what I was going to... as I've spoken about the Blues too positively, so I'll do this for the end. Queensland! Oh.
And that's Sports Spice.
Yeah.
Right.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Emergency services have contained a fire in a public housing tower in North Melbourne. At least one resident has been taken to hospital suffering smoke inhalation. Fire Rescue Victoria says the blaze broke out in the kitchen of the 3rd floor of the 13-storey complex on Alfred Street at about 5:30 this afternoon. Aerial support was deployed and the fire was contained just before 6 o'clock tonight, with all residents accounted for. The cause of the fire is unknown and crews remain at the scene. More than 20 of Australia's leading sports organisations have banded together in Melbourne and Sydney to throw their support behind a voice to Parliament. Tracy Holmes has more.
Presidents, CEOs and athletes from more than 20 sports gathered in Sydney and Melbourne in support of the Voice to Parliament. The AFL's Executive General Manager of Inclusion and Social Policy, Tanya Hosh, explained why.
The Australian Constitution at the moment recognises Queen Victoria, recognises lighthouses, even recognises coinage, but is silent on the history and existence of the First Peoples.
Former captain, now coach of Australia's rugby league team, Mal Meninga, summed it up this way.
What's wrong with listening to a voice?
An open letter to sports fans will be published in weekend news outlets.
Shadow Minister for Indigenous Australians Jacinta Nampijinpa Price has raised concerns the Australian Electoral Commission is encouraging voters to support the Voice to Parliament. The AEC is running an advertising campaign encouraging Indigenous Australians to enrol to vote, which began prior to last year's federal election and is continuing ahead of the referendum. Aboriginal leader and No campaigner Warren Mundine has made a complaint to the AEC, claiming the ad supports the yes vote. Senator Price agrees.
I'm definitely concerned with the Electoral Commission and the way that they have brought about their ads. It would suggest that there's a push toward a yes vote as opposed to them coming across as being neutral.
A spokesperson for the AEC says encouraging people to enrol is its legislative duty and it takes neutrality seriously. The Victorian County Court has heard details of how a driver's act of carelessness led to a tragic crash that claimed the life of a pedestrian last year. Here's court reporter Christian Silver.
75-year-old Alan Williams was out for a walk in April last year when he went across the intersection of Johnston and Hoddle Street in Collingwood. Mr Williams crossed at the green light but was struck by an out-of-control car that had dodged 9 lanes of traffic and travelled through the intersection. The county court heard driver Tony Page lost control of his car when he unbuckled the seatbelt and tried to adjust the mirror on the passenger side of his vehicle. Mr Page, who's now 70 years old, was sentenced to 14 months behind bars and will have to serve at least 7 months before he's eligible for parole.
Billionaire Mike Cannon-Brookes has claimed control of the controversial Sun Cable solar export project, winning a bidding war after falling out with his former project partner, Andrew Forrest. The project ultimately aims to export solar power from outback Australia to the island nation of Singapore. But Alison Reeve from the Grattan Institute says it's still facing significant challenges, including finding a buyer for any electricity that's produced.
Without someone who is prepared to buy the electricity that's put out by this project, it will not ever go ahead. The number one thing that any renewable energy project needs is an off-taker, is someone who's prepared to buy the electricity, because without that you can't raise capital.
A statue immortalising AFL great Adam Goodes has been unveiled in Sydney. The bronze statue was unveiled outside the headquarters of the Sydney Swans today. It marks the moment Goodes performed his Indigenous war cry in a game against Carlton back in 2015. And Carlton has dropped Jack Silvani for Tom De Koning ahead of tonight's match against the Sydney Swans at the SCG. The Blues have also brought in Brodie Kemp while omitting Lewis Young and Ed Curnow. To the weather now, there's a strong wind warning for coastal areas for the state tomorrow. Morning frost in the northeast. Isolated showers mainly about the ranges and the southwest. Possible snow about the Alpine peaks. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 15. Sunday, showers 16, Monday showers 17, Tuesday cloudy 18, Wednesday showers and a top of 19. It's currently 12 degrees in Melbourne. ABC News.
ABC Listen.
It was the biggest environmental rally in the country's history.
4 decades ago, the Franklin River blockade captivated and polarised the nation.
Save the Franklin!
I'm Jo Lauder. Join me to relive all the plot twists and find out why it still matters so much today.
If enough people stand up, we can win.
Saving the Franklin, Season 3 of the ABC's Dig podcast. Find it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
My name is Auntie Pam Pedersen and I'm a proud Yorta Yorta elder. My father is Pastor Sir Doug Nichols. Whoever thought that a round would be named after my father? A little short Aboriginal man from Cumragunja. He was on the mission. It's amazing. The game meant a lot to Dad. He wanted to get out there and perhaps show his colour, and that our Aboriginal people, we can play football too.
I was good. I want to be good. Not that I was that good, but this is my own thing, dominating my mind that I was their equal.
Each year, we learn not only our people, but non-Aboriginal people as well. When I'm sitting in that grandstand and I see all those people and the big cheer when they run through that banner, isn't it wonderful? It's important to me. If I can talk to our boys, I say to them, you're going out there playing for community, but think who you are, and you run out there and you feel proud. They're such stars.
To the top of the goal square, floats through to Bobby Hill. He's kicked the first of the day. And a dance from Bobby too in front of the cheer squad.
They're so brilliant and how they're quick thinking.
Ricochets to Bolton, who dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal. Oh, he is a superstar, Shea Bolton.
So fast down the ground.
Wheels around, Pickett from 45. It's his night, his moment.
You're not allowed to have favourites. They're all my favourites.
Into the arms of Cameron, who burns away from Lemon. He weaves around another, and Charlie Cameron in Indigenous round lights up the Gabba.
Grandstand AFL, the 2023 Sir Doug Nichols round.
To have this round named after my father, my goodness, I mean, how wonderful is that?
AFL.
It's Sydney's showpiece fixture every Sir Doug Nichols round, and the light could not burn
Sir Doug
brighter.
Nichols round on ABC Radio.
As we embark
on Marngrook in 2023. It's an event which acknowledges some of the oldest origins of what we now know as Australian football, a theory that Tom Wills was inspired by seeing gatherings of Kulin people chasing the rolled-up possum skin back in the mid-19th century. So that's the history, and it's the essence of tonight. But the here and now for Sydney and Carlton is what is extremely consequential. Both sides at a desperate juncture in their season. The Swans had North Melbourne's misfortune or mismanagement to thank for their lucky escape at Docklands, while Michael Voss's Blues has slumped to 3 straight defeats, 5 losses in the past 6 weeks. And it is quite simply do or die for both of these sides as round 11 gets underway. It is week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, as you heard there. We're on the lands of the Gadigal people in the broad expanses of the Eora Nation, in particular the place we know today as the Sydney Cricket Ground. Welcome to Grandstand AFL. My name is Brett Sprigg and I'll call the action tonight alongside Daniel Garb. Hello, Garby.
Hello, Spriggy. Good evening to you. Good evening to everyone listening wherever you may be. That opener just puts a smile on your face, doesn't it? Cannot wait for tonight, a game with enormous stakes attached to it. I mean, Sydney don't want to suffer the indignity of missing the 8 after making the grand final. Carlton should have made the 8 last year. They need to make the 8 this season. And if they lose tonight, that quest becomes all the more difficult. 11th v 12th, Friday night footy here at the SCG. So Doug Nicholls round. Can't wait for it.
It's always a great event that the Swans do well, and both teams are out there warming up as the crowd files in. There was a VFL curtain raiser, more on that shortly, but it's quite a cool night as well in Sydney. It's only, I think, about 9 or 10 degrees, which is not something we get too often in the Harbour City, and a very cool and still evening here as the fans make their way in. The team news as far as these two sides are concerned, no late changes. So firstly for the home side, the rucks are a straight swap. Peter Laddham's out with an ankle, so Tom Hickey comes back in. Omitted are Dylan Stevens, Will Gould, and last week's sub Angus Sheldrick. And returning are Sam Wicks. He had a recent shoulder injury. Lewis Melican also returns for his first game in over a year and a half. And meanwhile for Carlton, in comes Brodie Kemp and Tom de Koning, which is certainly some news around that. And out goes Jack Silvani and Lewis Young. They both played in the VFL. Ed Curnow also dropped but retained as their 23rd man this week. Our experts, a premiership-winning Swan, Ty Kennelly. Welcome again, Ty.
Yeah, great to be back, and a super introduction. I was getting a bit excited listening to you. You know, obviously the history attached to this round is enormous, and the Indigenous people and the First Nations people of this country. It's a round to celebrate everything that they've contributed to a great game, and I love. I was down in Melbourne last week and I'm watching the Gulf Foundation everywhere and the attachment obviously with the Swans and Mickey O and Goodsey. It gives my heart a bit of warmth. So it's a special round, and certainly it's a special round for the Indigenous players playing the game.
We had Mickey O last year, didn't we? Up in the box with us, and it was great to talk about what the Go Foundation does, and of course the Goods O'Loughlin Foundation. The Goods O'Loughlin Medal is what is awarded to the best on ground in Sydney's Marngrook game every year. So we'll talk more about that and those two men shortly as well. Alongside Ditterverse Giants captain and two-time All-Australian Alicia Eva. Nice to see you again, Alicia.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I'm really looking forward to this. As Tug just mentioned, this is an amazing round, the Sir Doug Nicholls round, and what a celebration of Indigenous players past and present. And I know we're going to touch on it shortly, but right now the crowd's building, and I can see a number of players out on the far side that are probably here for a celebration of Adam Goods outside earlier, but I can't wait to see Lance Franklin play tonight as well, a champion of the game, and we'll celebrate him.
It's his 349th game, Lance Franklin, so we'll talk more about him as part of our pre-game as well, of course. The opening bounce here is 38 minutes away, and your texts are welcome, by the way, as well. 0437 774 774 between now and 11 o'clock local time, so plenty of footy chat and the footy itself coming your way between now and about 4 hours' time. What is coming up tonight as far as the event is the Swans have invited all of their Indigenous past players back, or in some cases the families of those players. Most of them are here tonight, or they've been here in some capacity over the course of the day, having lunch with the club or having other sort of community events, which has been great to see. So you're talking about players that go back to the early 80s and right the way through, in some cases, in the final year of South Melbourne's existence as well, with Kevin Taylor, who was an Eastern Fremantle legend as well. Garby, just quietly. But there's a few things
He'll get
as
the
well.
Sharks in somewhere in the night.
It was a Simpson medalist in that famous grand final, by the way. Anyway, I'm not going to sort of labour the point on that, but just to give you some idea of some of the names they brought back. So I think there's 19 in their history, and they've had a dozen or more that'll be represented here in some capacity tonight, which is great. You think of Derek Kickett and some others as well, more recent examples, Lewis Jetta, and those two great names you mentioned, Michael Lachlan and Adam Goods. It is also National Sorry Day. This has been observed every year on the 26th of May since 1998. It's a day to acknowledge the strength of stolen generations, survivors, and reflect on how we can all play a part in the healing process for our people and nation altogether, which is just obviously a very significant date, and it's part of the reason why Sir Doug Nicholls' round falls over this part of the year every year. Onto the game itself, and this is a huge game for both sides. I mean, it's as you say, Garby, 11th versus 12th, or 12th versus 11th. The Blues have lost 3 in a row, 5 of their past 6. Tig, I'll put it open to you and Alicia just for an opening thought. What's the biggest problem for the Blues, you reckon?
Where do I start? I just think their depth is not there as a football club, and when your best sometimes might struggle to play or play at their best, I don't think they've got enough quality on their list as a whole. And I think it's every year, certainly for the past 3 years, we've had great pre-seasons and we're pumped and excited, and they start a couple of games well, and the excitement. But they just don't have the genuine depth of the best clubs in the country, and I think the list is an issue for them. Look, their top 10, 8 probably have absolute A graders. I think it's too much of an onus on them because you need better depth and certainly need more B grade footballers on their list. Their midfield depth is tested. There's a lot of onus obviously on it's well documented the past few weeks with the mixture of the two key forwards and how they're playing together. But that's a relatively easy enough fix. I think it's a bigger issue for the football club with their list and the actual quality of their list.
And looking at Michael Voss earlier in the week, he was quite frustrated after last weekend's game, and he was pretty open about the defensive side of their game is really breaking down. And it's all well and good when you might be winning clearances and getting the ball forward, but if that ball is easily repelled or turned over and you do nothing to stop it, you can very quickly find yourself being scored against. So I think it's not necessarily the one-on-ones and the key defenders in Carlton's backline. We know that they've got some stars down there, particularly Wiedering, but modern football really is built around team defence and locking the ball in your forward half. And right now, if my numbers are correct, I think Carlton are sitting 12th in terms of front half turnovers. Now, if you're not locking the ball in your front half and you're not turning it over in the attacking half of the ground, you're limiting yourself scoring opportunities wise, and you need to make the most of the opportunities that do come. And that's another area that's been really, I guess, spoken about at great depth this week.
Speaking of team defence, Ty, that is the key to Sydney winning this game, because we know that Carlton's biggest threat is Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay as well. Curnow's having a fantastic season leading the Coleman. Harry Mackay struggling a bit, but always a threat. No Paddy McCartan, no Tom McCartan, no Dane Rampy again for the Swans. Lewis Melican in for his first game since the elimination final of 2021, and Aaron France are still coming to grips with the Swans system. Are going okay. So the art of zoning off, that is going to be critical for the Swans tonight, in particular Nick Blakey, you would think. Can both of you explain to us how that works and how Sydney go about it tonight so that it is effective to limit Charlie Curnow's influence?
There's different styles of play, obviously. The fast play and the slow play of the ball inside your D50, And on a slow play entry, you can allow obviously a ruckman in midfield to block up the forward 50. It's more on the fast play exits from your forward line where your defence are isolated in 1v1s, and that's where Sydney will have to put some frontal pressure and keep the ball in the front half of the ground, because they're going to be isolated. There's times you can drop off, there's times you can't drop off. At some point, you're going to get caught 1v1 on that fast play. So the more the fast play game it is, it's certainly going to suit Carlton. Sydney have struggled with their centre bounce work. Their clearance work has been a real issue for them in the past 4 weeks. If they don't get on top of that, you're going to get isolated in 6-6-6-6 at the SCG, which again is going to give you 1v1s forward of the ball for Carlton. So if they don't get hold of the centre bounce clearance work from Sydney, it's going to be an issue, and it's going to be very hard to drop off, because it's hard to drop off if you're a high half back. If the ball comes out quickly to stoppage, obviously it's a mark, but it's a slow play again, you can obviously drop back. But Isaac was talking about it during the week, about how it's a team effort. I think it's got to be frontal pressure to slow Carlton up and actually keep the ball in Sydney's front half is their best chance of actually allowing your teammates to get back in slow play.
I think you've mentioned just about everything there, Tig. I think, the role of the wingers become really critical as well in terms of the fat side or the offside winger we speak about. So for those listening at home, it's the winger that's set up on the side of the ground that the player's not on. Their defensive running patterns become really, really critical. They've got to get back and help out. So those backs, those half backs, or even the big fullback can have confidence to come and try and spoil the ball or mark it or intercept in the air, but he can't do that unless he's got support coming in. So, yeah, I think for me, the pressure has to be so pressure from midfielders, pressure from forwards getting up, then release the wingers. They can drop back and they can help out the backs, so they're not necessarily isolated one-on-one.
What you can do at this ground, obviously the SCG, is with the length of the ground, you can get back quicker on a fast play with those off-ball wingers itself, and you can play skinny enough if you keep it and let teams get lost on the wide wings of the SCG, which will allow you to get back and get some coverage from your wingers or your half forward.
Lewis Melican back in. First time for a while. First time since the 2021 elimination final against the Giants. I think that was... They did in Launceston or something weird back in that second COVID year. Not that Launceston's weird, I just mean that it's a strange location for a derby final. But Lewis Melican back in the Swan side, Ty.
Yeah, Pell is he's a big, strong man. Strong, like he's not overly. Yeah, he's not overly tall. Is he 195? I'll say. 194.
He's a key back.
Yeah, he's a key back. So look, it's a big job obviously coming in when you haven't played for so long at the top level, but. It was about 5 years ago. He had an elite year as a centre half back, and just was in and out of the team. Had a lot of injuries, hamstring injuries. So he's capable. It's whether he can actually get some confidence early. He's clearly. Having worked with him, he's very much a confidence defender, and if you get hold of him early, they could be in trouble. That's from a Carlton perspective. They'll try and isolate, obviously, the two boys, and it looks like it's Francis or Melican. They'll be the two that's going to go to him. But he's got some speed. Certainly speed won't get him. It'll be the aerial piece when he's caught 1v1 with genuine height over his 194 frame.
Earlier in the VFL, Carlton, it was a curtain raiser, which was always a nice little tradition as well. Carlton won that by 52 points over the Swans. The Swans VFL team has been struggling by virtue of the fact their AFL team has been struggling with no players on the park, and I guess the VFL depth suffers as a result. But Carlton won that by 52 points here at the SCG in the curtain raiser. Paddy Dow is a little story here as far as Carlton are concerned. He has only played the 4 games last year. This was a number 3 draft pick back in 2017. He should be in the prime of his career right now, getting regular games, approaching the 90-100 game mark of his career, and not getting a game. He's putting up good numbers in the VFL in the 30s and 40s, good tackling numbers as well. Had a good game tonight, 33 disposals, 6 tackles for the Blues. And again, not getting a look in, which was another story at selection during the week.
And Lockie O'Brien was picked 10 in that same draft. He also played VFL. Can't get in the Blues team at the moment. You just wonder if those 2 picks had worked out the way Carlton would have liked, where would their list be? But yeah, Paddy Dow is such an interesting one, and putting up massive numbers. It feels like his papers have been stamped. You speak to Carlton fans and they're like, doesn't matter what he does, Michael Voss is not picking him for some reason. And that must be a very tough position for a player to be in when you're touching it 40 times in the VFL and you can't get into a side that's struggling.
So you've both got insights in the playing and coaching perspective as well. As a player, do you know when your card's been marked a little bit in that regard?
Alicia's never had that issue.
No, she's never.
No. Look, I think he plays an inside mid role at VFL level, and he plays that very, very well, and he's caused us headaches from a Giants VFL perspective before, I can tell you that much. But you've got to look at the position he plays and what's ahead of him, and I think that is the talking point. Is Cripps, Chera, who else have we got? Walsh, of course. Like, there's the depth in terms of that inside mid role. It's hard to get a look in with those 3, and I think you'd be lying if you... I mean, I can't make assumptions, but I'm probably going to here, of course. You'd be having those thoughts around how do I make it in? How do I crack it in that midfield? And people always speak about you got to find another string to your bow. When you are playing a really important inside mid role at VFL level, it's hard to develop that other string to your bow. Ty, thoughts?
He's probably not an inside mid as an AFL footballer is probably the point, and if they are going to try and play him, which obviously depends on the depth and what's happening with VFL, put him in another position, which like you're saying and you're alluding to, you can get pigeonholed as an inside mid and you're stuck in that position, and you know what, there's players ahead of you, and the quality that they've got with Walsh and obviously Cripps are inside against him. Well, then make a position for him, put him as a defensive forward, try him somewhere else, because he's too much he's got too much quality not to be playing on this team. You talk about A graders. I remember watching this kid as a 17, 18-year-old, and he was a genuine star. So something clearly is amiss with the communication, or where he's feeling comfortable in the football club, because he's got the ability to play AFL football and play a long football career. So then you start asking questions. Well, where's the relationships breaking down? What's happening with his? Is it off field? Is he's not happy with where he's living, or what's going on? Because he's too good a player not to be playing with the Carlton Football Club for mine.
Ty Canelli, Alicia Eva with you on the preview here on Grandstand AFL, the first game of round 11. The opening bounce is under half an hour away, the Sydney Swans and Carlton. The past players are all down there, which is great to see, and the players will make their way out shortly. We'll have the Welcome to Country and a few other moments as well. As we're seeing on the big screen here, just a recap of the presentation earlier of the Adam Goodes statue outside the new headquarters It's done in the finale of the famous war dance he did in a Marn Group game, actually against Carlton.
Yeah.
He's mid-flight with that spear throw. It was. This whole thing was done quite low key. The presentation, I think, in a lot of ways, because to protect Adam Goodes, isn't like the limelight because it does. It attracts some great support, but also attracts some really stupid people as well. But let's just recap. We'll hear some thoughts about Adam Goodes and Michael Loughlin on that presentation earlier.
Oh, look, I think, the Swans play Carlton tonight, so obviously it takes you back to that moment in the game, and obviously then, what happens from this moment also. I think really a lot of things started to change off the field in relation to me, but more importantly, I had made a clear decision on the field that I wanted to celebrate my culture, and I thought doing it in an Indigenous round might be a safe place to start.
Thank you for being a staunch friend to us all, and thank you for being a source of reason when I need it the most. Thank you for letting us celebrate you today and forever. We love you, mate.
It's pretty incredible, isn't it? Having the honour of unveiling that was just one of the highlights of my life here in Sydney. Being able to do it for a great mate as well, and obviously know his story pretty intimately. And I think where the sculptor's at the moment is one of the best I've ever seen.
I think the biggest lesson I learned from my career at the Swans is that, you do the hard work, you buy into the culture, those arms wrap fully around you, and to the point where they don't let you go. And that's what a real home is, and that's what a real culture is when you're connected to it. And I've completely felt connected to the Swans and the Bloods for many years.
They're two great mates, and they're two great mates of yours as well, Tig. The Swans have done the Marn Group game for 20-odd years. It's, as I say, it's their Indigenous celebration. It's a proud club with that great history as well. I want to know, from your point of view, as someone who came from the other side of the world, as a young fella, what did you learn about Australia's ancient culture from those guys and from this club as quite a young man?
Clearly, I knew nothing about it, really, as a young man come from the other side of the world, as you just mentioned. And it was through the storytelling of Mick and Adam and meeting his family and going to their communities where they come from and understanding of what they went through as people. And we understand, obviously, that, I talk about reconciliation, and my own wife, she talks about not understanding the Uluru Statement and not understanding the fact that it wasn't in our education growing up. And I've got a better understanding of someone that's came from the other side of the world at 18 years of age, because I was taught and educated by two of the proudest Indigenous people that I know, and they're certainly very, very good friends of mine. It's a very proud day for Adam. Now he's got a couple of kids and one more on the way. Oh, not sure if that's known.
It is not with the scoop. Okay, play on.
No. So it clearly will be a proud day for him, obviously, with his kids. And I remember vividly the time when it happened. The dance itself, and he wanted to celebrate his history and his culture, and the abuse he was getting at the time. And I remember saying stuff on an interview on another station. I remember doing my dance when I won the Premiership medal, and it was about my culture and who I am and where I come from. And the outcry that he got, not the support, but the abuse, that he got over it, was just something that I couldn't understand. It took me a long time to get over, and it took Adam, obviously, clearly. He suffered. But the celebration piece now for Adam, we're great mates, and we consistently catch up. We play soccer together a lot, and he's in a great place. And he's not a big fan of the game. like, he doesn't watch footy. He wouldn't know what's happening in the game. He just was a very good footballer of AFL
Happens
football.
to be one of the greatest of all time.
And just, would rarely watch games of football. He just will watch football, international football, soccer, to the death. To the death. He grew up playing soccer, loves it. He plays soccer at a high level now, and he's really interested in what's happening in the game and understanding the game. It's just.
But is that because he just was not a footy head, or he
not.
Was so burnt by what happened that he just can't watch the game anymore?
I don't think it's the burnt piece. Like, he's got a. And people often say he's lost to the game. He's not lost to the game. He loves the Sydney Swans. He loves the Sydney Swans, and Sydney Swans are part of the game. So he's not lost to the game. He's not a big fan of footy as such. You know what I mean? That he won't go and spend hours now or watching the game. And I can't get enough of it. I love football, and but that's just an interest thing. It's nothing to do with the fact of what happened to Adam. He loves the football club, and he loves. Rarely would he want to come to a game anyway just to watch it.
No.
I love coming to footy.
Yeah, and as I say, he attracts a lot of attention, because he is such a mystical figure in a way in the game, because of, I guess, how he lives life now, largely away from footy, as you say. But that presentation earlier, low key as it was, much deserved for one of the icons of Australian footy.
Sure.
We've got an audience juncture coming up very shortly. As I say, we're seeing the past players sort of circling up out there as well.
Great to see Derek Kicker down there.
The unmistakable mo of Derek Kicker is
still flourishing. Troy Cook looks like he could still play.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He looks very fit.
I think he looks below playing weight, if I'm being honest. But there you go. They're all out there. There's the banner in the middle of the SCG, which is great to see, and repeating Sydney Swans and Carlton. Coming up here, of course, we'll launch into our preview shortly, but no late changes. The subs are Corey Warner for the Swans and Ed Curnow for Carlton. Keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. The past players being presented to the crowd, which is nice to see, and the crowd are following in here on this Friday evening. It's Grandstand AFL coming up next from the SCG.
Ah, you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. You seek enlightenment and entertainment, engagement and excitement via your ears. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app, and I see you joyously grooving to a great range of music, informed and entertained by award-winning podcasts, and connecting to your community and current affairs with live radio. You've heard enough. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as knowledge itself. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
In this week of cultural acknowledgement and celebration, Sydney hosts its showpiece event, the game known as Marngrook, paying tribute to one of the early ancestors of Australian football, a tribal game played with a possum skin. And while things may have come a long way since then, the tribal element for two proud clubs and the desperate situation they find themselves in is in focus under the Friday night lights to start round 11. It's Sydney versus Carlton as week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls Round rolls on here on Grandstand AFL. And a warm welcome if you have just joined us through SA, WA, NT or via News Radio. The Sydney Cricket Ground sits on the traditional lands belonging to the Gadigal people. The broad expanses of the Eora Nation are shaped by the Hawkesbury River to the north, the Nepean River to the west and the Georges to the south. And the official welcome here will be underway very shortly. We're seeing some past players introduced to the crowd, which is great to see. The Sydney Swans past Indigenous players and the teams to make their way out here very, very shortly as well. Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Garb, Ty Kennelly, Alicia Eva and Declan Byrne on the boundary for us this evening. Keep your texts coming as well, 0437 774 774. Hello, Garby.
Good evening, Spriggy. Great to be here. Both teams about to enter the arena looking splendid in their Indigenous round. Guernseys and so much at stake tonight. 11th v 12th. The Swans do not want to suffer the embarrassment of missing the finals after making the grand final last season. The Blues should have made the 8 last year and they need to make the 8 this year, and they need to win tonight to give their chances a big boost in that respect against the undermanned Swans. So cannot wait from it. Beautiful night at the SCG coming up.
Teams make their way out in unison from different sections of the SCG, which is, as I say, a feature of this event. And as we enter week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls' round, this is, as I say, Sydney's showpiece event, the Marngrook game. The Blues, having lost 3 in a row, 5 of their past 6. So the Sydney Swans, well, they were fortunate against North Melbourne last week. It was just bad luck, bad management from North Melbourne. That lucky escape at Docklands fell the way of the Swans with that late free kick and goal. And they live to fight on. 4 and 6 the Swans. Carlton 4, 5 and 1 as the players link up arm in arm on the western wing of the SCG. Quick welcome. Hello again, Tig.
Yeah, great to be here. I'm pretty excited for this one. It's a big game in the context of both these football teams.
Alicia Eva, hello to you.
Good evening all. Really looking forward to this one. It's going to be a great game tonight.
Let's get down to the welcome.
Indamaradu, Gadigal, Bidjigal, Maine. Good evening. I'm Anita Heiss and I have Wiradjuri belonging from Arambi and Brungle missions in central New South Wales. I honour the Gadigal and Bidjigal peoples, the traditional owners of country here, their ancestors and the current custodians of country. Season 2023 marks the 17th year the AFL has had a round recognising First Nations people's significant contribution to our game. It will be the 8th year the dedicated round has been named in honour of Sir Doug Nicholls. There have been a number of moments in time that have progressed the game that we know and love. Moments that have made us listen, learn, celebrate and remember. Tonight at the SCG we celebrate Marngrook. Marngrook was the name given to a traditional game played during a corrobboree of the Djadjurrung and the Djadwujali clans in Victoria's Western District. It is believed that this game is one of the inspirations behind Australian football as we know it today. Representing all 19 Sydney Swans First Nations male players, please welcome 2012 Sydney Swans Premiership player and proud Noongar man, Lewis Jetta, to present tonight's match ball to the umpires. Today we are joined by the Harbour Basin Performance Group and their Gamay dancers who will perform for us very shortly. But firstly, I welcome Craig Madden to deliver today's Welcome to Country.
Wujri Gamarua, g'day and welcome. My name is Craig Madden and I'm a proud Bundjalung Gadigal man. Today we stand on the lands that border the Gadigal and Bidjigal people. Jinyura Gadigal, Jinyura Bidjigal. This land is Gadigal, this land is Bidjigal. I would like to pay my respects to our ancestors, our elders, past, present and emerging, and honour that respect to our non-Aboriginal brothers and sisters here today and our Aboriginal brothers and sisters here today. I would like to acknowledge our ancestors as they watch over us as we walk upon these sacred lands, and acknowledge the continued connection to culture and country of our Aboriginal people from this land. Look, it's a particular honour for me today to stand here on these hallowed turf with these deadly Indigenous brothers that have thrilled us for so many years with this magnificent club that has done so much for our Indigenous culture. So welcome to our country. It is very important to remember that under the asphalt and the grass and the waterways of this beautiful country, it always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Thank you very much.
Now? Yep. Okay, good.
The Gamay Dancers and TSI Dance Group conclude the official welcome to country here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Swans and the Blues not too far away. As the teams remain out there in position.
Miriya wula, yaginanda wula, nanda wula. Miriya wula, yaginanda wula, nanda wula. Bama wula, yagamba wula, bama. Bama wula, yagamba wula, bama. Gawula, yagamba wula, bama. Gawula, yagamba wula, bama. Nuninya wula, mama wula, bila.
The young man of TSI Dance Group. And now the singular banner is raised aloft for both clubs to walk through. Luke Parker and Paddy Cripps lead their sides through. Friday night football underway here in a matter of moments at the Sydney Cricket Ground in week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls' round. Alicia, Eva, we spoke about the Swans, I guess, new concerted approach with their ball movement style. I guess having some more outside run and which can work most of the time when you've got the key backs back there to sort of affect turnovers and win the ball back that way as well. Of course, the Swans have had that as a massive hole in recent weeks with injuries to key defenders. Explain how the Swans are trying to sort of go about this, do you think, to just combat the fact that they are missing some key pillars. Even with Callum Mills, for example, being out, he's a player they've shifted back at times, and he's not there for the next 4 weeks as well. It's either way, there are sections in that lineup that are just gaping holes for the Sydney Swans.
Look, there are, and you do need to adjust accordingly, but it doesn't mean that you throw the entire game plan out. And if you look at some of the players that they still have out there and the skill sets that they possess, someone like, Errol Goulden, and his foot, his weapon is his kicking, and they want to get him out in space so he can use that. So you don't want to go too far away from that, that intercepting game where you can actually use the footy and find players out in space and control the game. Because if you make it a contested game again, then you're not necessarily using your players' strengths. So there's been a little bit of talk around to Sydney need to go back to their old way, the contested game plan, and make sure that they're winning it at the source. And they do have the depth to do that. But I still do think, even with injuries aside, the stars that they still have in this lineup are good enough to get the job done tonight.
In the past month, they're dead last for points scored from clearances and second last for clearance differential, as an aside on that sort of topic as well. On the two towers, that's Carlton's strength. Obviously, Charlie Curnow, Harry Mackay. How do the Swans look to shut them down tonight?
Well, you just answered it, I think, with the actual numbers itself around the stoppage piece. If they limit the entries and limit the quality entries to those two, it's going to have a big impact in the game itself. Sydney, for the first time in a long time, have been beaten at the contest, at the centre clearances and the centre bounce work, and that's the biggest issue for mine. Now, you can have your ball movement, and you can blame your pillars, and you can blame players being out and injured, but they're not getting enough quality ball from the stoppage and from the contest work around the ball. And being at the game last week live against North Melbourne, halfway through the third quarter, they lost 7 centre bounce clearances in a row, and there was nothing being done about it. And it was on the shoulders of Luke Parker, who was outstanding, but he needs help. Errol Goulding's a second-year player. He's very light. Chad Warner's been okay. He's still getting good numbers. Millsy's been an enormous loss from him. So if you can win the ball at the source, clearly the SCG is a big advantage. This is a big challenge for Sydney. I don't think they've been at the races for the past 6 weeks with their midfield work and their contest work around the clearances. If you can turn that on, it's going to help your back line that's undermanned. If you don't do that, your backmen that are undermanned against two elite quality key forwards, that are Coleman medalists, and they're going to get opportunities in the SCG. And if you don't do that in centre bounces SCG, you're in trouble, because the ball gets into 30 yards out very easily.
By the team news flows that just joined us, no late changes. So Corey Warner is the sub for the Swans and Ed Curnow for Carlton. The changes as far as they stand from last week: Laddams for the Swans, he's out with an ankle. Omitted to go Stevens, Gould, and also Sheldrick, who was last week's sub. Tom Hickey is back in. Sam Wicks and Lewis Milliken are the ends for the Swans. So I mentioned Corey Warner as a sub. Brody Kemp and Tom de Koning back in for the Blues. Haven't mentioned TDK yet. Silvani and Young both played VFL. Lewis Young and Jack Silvani, the omissions there. Tom de Koning's another one as well. Speaking about players with a future or not at this club, clubs are circling, especially the Cats, where his brother Sam plays. The Swans might also be interested as well in Tom de Koning. He's back tonight.
Yeah, that's right. And look, young McAndrews is obviously in his second game of football, so he's going to be tested. Hickey's a big in for him. Just watching the Swans pre-game here, Isaac Heaney's been around the ball, and it could be that wing role where Millsy plays it a lot, where he's actually on the wing and drifting back. That might be a piece that he hasn't been playing consistently as a midfielder. He didn't last quarter last week, so that looks like it's going to be a role for him.
Isaac Heaney is a two-time Goods O'Loughlin medalist in Margaret games against Carlton.
He needs a big game, because he's kicked 10 goals in 10 games this season, so half of his average from last year when he was an All-Australian. He admitted this week, he fronted the media, credit to him, and he said, my form hasn't been good enough. And I just haven't got the confidence at the moment. Personnel's an issue, but I'm not at my best. He feels like in the last couple of weeks he's impacting games more. Maybe they will move things around tonight with Isaac Heaney, get him up the ground a bit more. He's pretty much been a stationary forward up until now this season. And for some reason, Alicia, it's just not going the same way it did last year for him.
Well, Tig spoke about it before around winning the ball at the source and winning it from clearance. And if the ball's not getting up there's limited opportunities. But, to his credit, he's admitted that his form hasn't been what it was last year. But as we're watching the warm-up now, he's actually going straight into centre bounce. So he's not warming up as a forward, he's warming up as an inside mid, and I think we can expect that tonight. And look, this is one of those games where when one of your stars is under the pump, your team's under the pump, you're desperate for a win. I'd be looking for nothing more in the first 5 minutes than Isaac Heaney just putting a heap of pressure on the ball. And any time he touches it, it's an added bonus. But the team looks to a player like him to set the standard from the get-go in terms of pressure, work rate and hunt around the contest.
And they need to mix it up. The mix of personnel was a bit of the issue for mine for Sydney the past 3 weeks around the ball. So you're looking at them warming up here. There's 12 players that are actually getting in around the centre bounce piece, So that's challenging as an opposition team. Carlton on the flip side, they've got their keys, and we know what Cripps is going to give you. It's a big game for both these clubs. I don't think either side can get to the finals if they lose this one, and that's a huge statement clearly coming round 11, but I really feel it. The other one is just looking at Lance here. we're quick to write off champions and want them to retire. You know, like the last 3 weeks ago it was like, oh, he's gone a year too far. Did anyone in this box talk about that? Or did anyone say anything in those lines that he's gone? He should be gone. Last week, his last quarter last week won him the game. His intense and pressure at the ball was outstanding. You know, kicked his 3 goals, his average for his career. So, and a big game, obviously, with Marngrook tonight.
100%. It's tonight. It's about celebrating First Nations excellence, and he is certainly. He's playing his 349th game, so he's one game away from his 350th. He's up to 1,057 goals, so level with Doug Wade. He kicked 3 last week, so he only needs 1 now to be outright 4th, and that's where he'll stay. He can't catch Lockett, Coventry or Dunstall. They're too far ahead, and I don't think anyone will catch him. So I think that's your top 4 forever and ever, amen. He's a two-time best on ground medal winner in this Marngrook occasion as well. He's a long way from his best, but he still can produce some amazing things, Garney, as well. So
he's a superstar. I want us to celebrate everything that he does and celebrate the fact that, you know, might be there's 6 games left at the SCG after this. Well, the last time you get to see Buddy Franklin, you know, 6 times, you don't know obviously what's going to happen, but you appreciate absolute champions of the game, which we should be doing.
Crowd is still following in, which is good. It looked like a bit sparse half an hour ago, but they are late comers, famously, Sydney sports fans. So there you go.
Paddington stand nice and warm.
Well, they're in Surrey Hills and down the road at the bar, enjoying themselves after work, and then they're coming here after a couple of drinks, ready to go. It should be a great atmosphere. And a lot of people, a lot of Victorians have actually flown in for the weekend. Carlton fans who earmarked this game a number of weeks ago and said, I'm going to Sydney for the weekend. Friday night, watch the Blues in a big one, and then enjoy the weekend in Sydney.
Special moment. Jesse Motlop is out there in the middle as well. He's got Larrakia and Noongar background. Lance Franklin, of course, is Wajak Noongar, and he's out there at the toss with the 2 captains. They exchange the cultural gifts. Luke Parker's on the toss, and the Swans will kick to the round end to start here to get round 11 underway. Let's head downstairs. Someone who's always keeping warm while being very cool. Declan Byrne on Grandstand AFL. What's it like down there, Declan?
Yeah, it is crisp. It feels like they're saying 7 degrees, so a bad night for the fingers, for Smothers and Spoils. But a really special start to the evening. As you said, these are the nights that feel bigger than football. We had the dances, the welcome to country, and it was beautiful seeing Lewis Jetta, who presented the footy, the Yaloa. He was talking to a few of those dancers before, and those young Indigenous boys were just so stoked to talk to him. So beautiful to see. There's a great atmosphere down here. As you said, the crowd's really piled in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So looking at a pretty big crowd for Marngrook.
Final thought, Alicia, who do you like and why?
I think Carlton get it done tonight. I just think the midfield battle, just the bodies running through there, I think they might be too dominant, and the Twin Towers up there.
The last 2 days I was Carlton. I got closer and closer to the game, and I'm going to switch to the Swannies. Like watching them last week, it was just so hard to watch them. They were missing targets, and I think it just has to happen to them. And an occasion like this might help them boost. And the occasion of everything that's happened around the football club in the past 24 hours, I think it's going to motivate them to get them over the line.
Players break. We've got the didgeridoo as well, which is great. We'll have that after every goal, I'm sure. It's been a feature in Marngrook games as well.
Glad Isaac started practicing his centre-bound spot because he started forward.
There we go, yeah. Well, you saw that in the point, didn't we? He's out there in the forward 50, Isaac.
Thanks, Isaac.
So we'll keep an eye on him and see where he goes throughout the night. Marngrook means game ball, and it's game on. Right, Friday night at the SCG, Grandstand AFL. Here's Daniel Garr.
Lachlan McAndrew in just his 2nd game of AFL football on his 23rd birthday, if you don't mind. In the middle for the opening tap alongside Mark Pitnet. Pitnet wins it down. Luke Parker wins it though for the Swans. Gets it to Papley. Quick kick inside 50. Heaney's there at the base of it after it was spoiled away from Franklin. Just outside 50 for the Swans, and Buddy Franklin has given away a free kick in the opening minute. He has caught Sam Walsh high. He gives it off to Adam Sard. He's off and running.
Kicks high down the outer wing towards the paint at 50. And back with a flight to Koning. Mackay swings a kick high inside 50 as well. It bounces right to the goal line. Kept alive. Ricochets here away off the Swans' defence. Gathered out there by Doherty. Works a hand pass forward now. They're all swooping forward now. Charlie Kerno sends a hand pass over his shoulder, and now tackle out there by Haywood. Sees the ball jar free from Akers, and over for a throw-in. Very hot early, and I think they've made the switch with Papley going forward and Heaney. I think it was just for the centre bounce where Isaac's going to be around the ball. Papley to start in the centre bounce, and Papley's now gone forward.
Fast start, boundary throw in inside 50 for the Blues. Pitnett wins it, opposed to McAndrew again. Swans midfielders Goulden and Heaney. Wrap up Matt Owies.
Carlton gone really tall with the Coiney, obviously, in the two keys to stretch Sydney's defence.
The ball up inside 50. Cottrell spins away from a tackle, gives it to Akers. Back now to Chera. A shot on goal with his left. It's going all the way to the line. It is fisted over by Nick Blakey for a rush behind. So the Blues with the first score on the board. Friday night football at the SCG. They are one behind. Swans yet to score. A minute and a half gone in the first quarter.
Probably got away with it there. Chera was standing all by himself at the top of the 50 there. The Sydney forwards needed to round him up sooner.
Lloyd sends it beyond defensive 50. It's marked by Cunningham. Left half back. The fifth most experienced one in terms of games played, Harry Cunningham. Another short kick up the eastern wing. Goulden angles it back in field now for Clark. The former Roo swings it now back to the wing here for McInerney. Got some space on that fat side of the ground now. Kick was smothered. Arrives here. Back though it's gathered by Wicks. Back to McInerney who lets fly from 40 and the Swans have the first. Well, worked out okay in the end. The second in it from Justin McInerney. Nice support from Sam Wicks as well. And the Swans have the first major. They're 1 straight 6. The Blues 1 behind. 2.5 gone opening term here on Grandstand AFL.
Leisha, you were talking about Errol Goulding's weapon, and we saw that. He got the ball, a nice kick from Harry Cunningham and lowered his eyes instead of going long down the line. Hit Harry Cunningham and then, hit Errol. And Errol looks inside and hits Ryan Clark and opened up the opposite side of the ground where Justin's actual initial kick was smothered when he was going for Wicks. Got the rebound and a nice finish, a good start from Sydney, who looked like they want to play quick. Carlton held them up in the kick in, but looks like Sydney want to play quick.
And looked directly in board as well, so not just quick and skinny. They looked inside 45 almost immediately from that kick in.
Slow start to the season for Justin McInerney. That's a big goal. Swans 1 straight 6. Blues 1 behind. Pitnett wins it in the ruck again. Down to Walsh and now Chera. A kick out to half forward for Carlton. Out first to meet it though is Blakey. Paddles it to himself but turns it over to Walsh. Kick inside 50 for the Blues. Curnow had front position. Worried off it. Lloyd gets away from a tackle. And now Sydney can rebound. Handball to Papley. Left back pocket. His kick though is wide of the mark, looking for Goulden. And he's over the boundary line for a boundary throw in inside defensive 50 for Sydney.
And you're right, Tig. So Papley's starting every centre bounce as a midfielder, and then he swaps for stoppages around the ground. Isaac Heaney comes in.
4 minutes played. There's a hum around the SCG. Swans by 5 points. Back in it comes. Pitnett in front of McAndrew. Warner tried to clear away. It's his 50th game tonight, Chad Warner. Arrives back here towards Cottrell. Puts the Blues back inside 50. 2-on-2. Second effort down there from Charlie Curnow. Trying to tunnel it away here again. Big tackle down there laid by Melican getting involved. And in support with him was Goulden.
Good start by Melican in instant there. He actually came off his man, DeConing, and helped out in the spoil. Helped Fox out.
He wrapped up Owies. All in the air now. Another two-man tackle this time. Francis and Heaney all over Walsh now. Piled up again, 40 out from Carlton's goal.
They are strong in the tackle, the Swans. They're showing that early, but the Blues putting some pressure on. Again, the ball in dispute inside 50 for Carlton. Players fall over it. Another ball up. Sydney 1 straight 6. Carlton 1 behind. Pitnett gets it to Cottrell. A snap on goal for Carlton. Touched on the line. It may have crossed though, and it has. Matt Cottrell with the first goal of the game for the Blues. An opportunistic snap. Carlton are 1-1-7. The Swans 1 straight 6.
A lot of the Swans mids looking like they're saying it was touched off the boot from the stoppage, but I don't know if the umpire is feeding into it.
They'll check it either way, but it looked like the Sydney midfielders collapsed and then actually allowed the space outside the stoppage. And the ruck hit itself from the ruckman, I think it was McAndrews, got too much on it and opened it up. Generally, when you're 30 from out from goal straight in front, you want to keep it nice and tight, but he got a big piece on the hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Isaac was calling for the touch, so whether he's bluffing or not, they're going to look at it either way.
He doesn't look happy, Isaac, at the moment.
Blues by a point. Restart back in the middle. Pitnat has to win it down here. Guarded away by Warner to Papley, and Papley can send the Swans forward. High inside 50 they go. Timed out here for Heaney. Goes a big fend down there on McGovern. And now it comes loose for a throw-in. 35 around from the Swans goal at the Randwick end. 1-1 plays one straight. The Blues lead here. 6.5 gone to the opening quarter.
I actually really like that Papley-Heaney swap, because Papley's got such fast feet at centre bounce, and we see he gets that quick clearance. And, of course, Heaney's so dangerous in the air as well, so don't mind it.
Boundary throw and inside attacking 50 for the Swans. Sam Wicks in for his first game of the season. Squeezes it forward, picked up by Akers, though under pressure. He has kicked it out of bounds on the full. The free kick to Sydney, 65 out from goal. Errol Goulden will take it. Not quite sure, even with his
Heaney free
raking left foot, Goulden can hit a target from here, so he goes into Heaney in the pocket. They cut across him. Blues still under pressure. Caught is Ollie Hollands, got the quick kick away in the end. Melican with his first disposal of the season. High ball back inside 50 for Sydney. Off hands, looking for it is Clark. Well done, Cottrell, the goal kicker for the Blues, to give it to Kemp, and Carlton go.
And up the outer side, Doherty, the former skipper, marks. Lays off the hand pass. They've got some good run here going, Carlton, with Jordan Boyd. Hand pass in space. Well, it comes back to Cottrell. Dinky little kick was picked off by Parker. The Swans gone the overlap again. Short kick, a little too deep on. I was ruled in by McLean. Hand pass, good vision to Warner. Puts on the winners. He's a run down from behind, though. Great chase and tackle it was by Chera. And they're away here, the Blues off half-back. Doherty to Akers, back to Walsh. Fires a hand pass out. It was nicely done there to Cottrell again. Wobbles a kick inside forward 50 to Koning. Off the deck here towards Owies. He can fire on goal from 30. It comes up a little short. Motlop was in the goal square, but it was fisted away out there by Goulden. He can do it all at the moment.
Well, hats off to Adam Chera for this rundown tackle on Warner there. That could have been very easily been a goal. But look, I think Carlton need to actually, with their inside 50s, give the ball some height. They've clearly gone tall down there, but right now Melican is just coming off to Koning and just winning all the dirty ground balls that are coming in. I think they've got to put the ball in there with some height.
Carlton 1-2-8. The Swans are 1 straight 6.
Nick Blake, he brings the ball back in for the Swans. Off hands, it falls to Sam Walsh. 55 out from goal, sets it up for Charlie Curnow, who marks. Oh, that's why he's one of the best in the business. It was set up beautifully for him. One-on-one situation, timed his jump to perfection and brought it down. He'll kick from 15 metres out directly in front, the Coleman medal leader.
Yeah, too big, isn't he? Too strong in that instant. You just asked for a release, and that's exactly what he got. A high ball, 1v1, to give him an opportunity to actually launch at the ball.
36 goals for the season for Charlie Curnow. Kicks it to the man of the mark. Unbelievable. Gets it back to Motlop. He gets free of a couple of tackles, snaps on goal. The Blues have got one anyway. And it's Jesse Motlop in Sir Doug Nicholls' round with his first goal in a number of weeks. And just when you think Charlie Curnow is going to guide it through from directly in front, his kick smothered. Jesse Motlop on the snap with the Blues' second of the night.
Oh. It's a nice finish under pressure. But, Charlie, like his time back, obviously he's only 30 out straight in front. So, yeah, we just talked about it. It was a repeat injury when Sydney actually lost that exit, and they got the opportunity, Carlton, to get some isolation on the Sydney defenders. And like Alicia said, a high ball entry, but it was well played on the mark. I think it was Robbie Fox on the mark, but nice finish from Jesse. Broke the tackle and stepped around onto his right foot, snapped straight in front.
He's kicked that from... He was surrounded by about 6 Swans then. It's outstanding.
Carlton by 8 points. Nice celebration from Jesse Motlop. I think it was maybe a crocodile as well, given the Larrakia heritage. After that goal to Koning. Off to Cripps. Carlton wins the next clearance. It goes inside 50. Francis was beaten through the air by Mackay, but Melican can rebound here for the Swans. Clark couldn't take a clean mark, and now Cripps tackles him, and the umpire says, holding the ball. Carlton skipper puts them back inside 50. Deep to right, full forward. A little too deep it was, though, for Mackay, and it's off hands and through for a minor score. Another point going Carlton's way. 2-3-15. The Swans are 1 straight 6. 11 gone here in the opening quarter.
Ollie Florent plays on quickly, looking for Tom Hickey. Well done, Hickey, to spoil from behind, but he did so illegally, according to the umpire. Caught to Koning high. So Carlton win it back at left half forward. Tom de Koning. And for his first game since round 5. Pops it up into a dangerous area to attack for the Blues. Mackay works his way to the front off hands. It'll go over the boundary line. Georgie Hewitt in for a game against his former club. Takes it over. So it is going to be interesting to see how the Swans zone off defensively. They're doing okay at the moment, but Mackay and Curnow looking ominous.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the Blues. Hickey into Koning. Still clamouring for it. Hickey fires up at ground level. Now a big tackle laid down there as well. The umpire brought up 35 out from goal. Getting involved in there was George Hewitt. This is his former side. Both he and Nick Newman, former Swans, out there tonight. Oh, he's reaching for it now. Hand pass off to Ollie Hollins. And now can be finished off from directly in front. Not quite for Mackay. A little too cute to the left-hand side, a minor score. But Carlton's keep peppering away. 2-4-16. The Swans are 1 straight 6. 12 gone in the opening term here on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, Carlton on top, well and truly in the early stages. Nick Blakey runs it out of defensive 50 and finds Tom Hickey on the wing. He takes the mark in his second game of the season, but then turns it over inexplicably. Cottrell got in and fisted it away. Fortunately, from a Swans point of view, they win it back. Here's Luke Parker at left half back. Kicks it up the wing, but they've turned it over again. They're under pressure, Sydney. Walsh has it. Transfers it into the middle of the ground to Ollie Hollins. In his first season in the AFL since a long looking for Mackay. Over his head, picked up by Motlop. Strong tackle on him by Robbie Fox in the left forward pocket. Fox wrapped up Motlop. Ball up. Carlton doing all the attacking.
And they've looked dangerous here the last couple of forward 50 stoppages, Carlton, so you've got to watch out, Sydney.
Ball in the air, one down unopposed by Hickey. Goulden can just thump it clear here for the Swans. Well, it bounces beyond defensive 50. In some space, Haywood. Had to retrieve it though. Cottrell closes him down. It's a hand pass under pressure away to Francis. The ex-bomber can go back to the O'Reilly wing. Out to a 3-on-1. Franklin was who was outnumbered. Support comes through Clark. Hand pass off the deck here towards Florent. Webbleham's a loose man now. He was under pressure from Cripps. Cripps, little 1-2, gets it back now. The current skipper goes inside 50 and back with the flight. Owies marks 35 out on a 45-degree angle.
The Swans are just living dangerously, bringing the ball back inside the corridor under pressure. There's been a few quick surge kicks that, you know, you'd think would usually go skinny, have gone back inside, and Carlton have just turned it over. So we spoke about Carlton's team defence, front half turnovers. They result in another shot on goal here.
10-5 inside 50s early on. Half a dozen of those in the last couple of minutes, and he's shanked it. That's in about row 6, 3 blocks around from the goals. That is an all-time howler from Matt Owies, and there's no change to our score. Carlton 2-4, the Swans are 1 straight.
He's lucky it's in front of the Carlton supporters, so...
Swans have it right back pocket. 11 goals in 5 games, Matt Owies, but that was one of the worst shanks you'll ever see. Swans need to relieve some pressure. Lloyd to Campbell. Clark now needs to get rid of it. Run down again by Matt Kennedy. Brilliant work by the Blues midfielders. Now Jordan Boyd is tackled, but every time, in fact, he's caught high by Ryan Clark. So a free kick to Jordan Boyd on the wing for the Blues. Every time the Swans get it, they are swarmed. He kicks to half forward. Curnow with front position, brings it down. Lloyd's there for Sydney though. Melican's under pressure now. Gets it to Parker. And now Campbell on his left. He'll kick the Swans to half forward. Franklin's under it. Spoils it down, but only as far as Hewitt and now Chera. And the Blues win it back.
A little spin kick across here, back at the squares. Worked away by Newman. And now Newman can find Akers on the outer side.
Sydney just can't get the ball forward half. They're getting absolutely smashed every time they get the ball in the D50 between the arcs, and they're turning the ball over and counting all over them, you know.
Cottrell from the outer wing. Again, puts the Blues inside 50. Mackay goes up. At the drop, Warner was there for the Swans. Lays off the hand pass to Fox, and Fox can rebound off half back with a pinpoint pass to Franklin, who marks a long way from home on the wing western side.
But he has a man free, and that is Tom Papley. On a long lead, presented an option when the Swans needed one badly.
And they're going to have to slow it up here because the Swans are getting such big numbers back that they don't have anything forward of the ball.
Papley at right half forward just sets it up in the pocket. It doesn't suit anyone though in a Sydney Guernsey, and it's marked by Nick Newman, the former Swan, in the left back pocket. Switches it to Wiedering, who has the job on Franklin. and plenty of room inside defensive 50. Has a couple of bounces. Now tries to guide one up the wing. Well done by Francis to get in front of Mackay. Swans fans want a free kick for a push on Francis. Wasn't given, but they win it back anyway through Harry Cunningham. He spots up a target in Chad Warner in his 50th game on the wing.
Just need to go a bit slower here, Sydney. Warner's called to play on. Kicks for distance. High raking ball inside 50 again, but getting across Wiedering uncontested. Yeah, what I'm calling for is just Sydney a bit of composure between the arcs with the ball and draw out the Carlton defenders and actually give your Swans forwards a chance to get forward to the ball. Wiedering's kick here to Akers. Lost it under pressure from Franklin. Good chase from Buddy, but Cottrell here can clear down for the Blues. Bounced along the outer side now. Hickey gets there first though. Hand pass to Florent, and now Heaney swings it back inside 50 here for the Swans. Patley, good body use on McGovern, and Patley marks 45 out, slightly right of centre. So Tom Patley, a recent 150 gamer. By the way, 6 goals in his past couple of games against Carlton, and 19 on the year so far this season. I think the Swans need this against one of play. Patley from right on the paint of 50. It's on its way. It's off to the left and helped through for a minor score by those tall timbers in Carlton defence. 2-4-16 the Blues. The Swans are 1-1-7. 17 and a half played in the opening term here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand AFL.
Goalless last week, Tom Papley, for the first time in 21 games, so he'd love to bounce back tonight. As Carlton run out of defensive 50, looking for Charlie Curnow, who marks superbly. One of the great sights in the AFL. And Charlie leaps and takes in a big grab. His kick, though, is straight down the throat of Nick Blakey, who had front position on Corey Durden. Had 2 hands on the football. Durden infringed anyway, so Blakey with a free kick, right half back for the Swans. Carlton lead by 9 points, 17 and a half minutes gone in the first quarter. Friday night footy at the SCG, 11th against 12th. Massive game for both sides. Blakey chips it to Harry Cunningham. He's played every game this season after featuring in only 10 last year. The veteran picks it up to half forward. Hayden McLean's under it, off hands. Picked up by Rowbottom. Sarr got in his back, got rid of it, Rowbottom to Warner. And then Wicks with a quick kick inside 50. Franklin's there, brought it down. Papley can smell a goal, decides to hit up Goulden instead and finds him. Unselfish from Papley. Spotted Goulden in a better position, and he will kick straight in front, 30 metres out.
Just a really clever spot to put the footy. I mean, one, the Sydney mids are working their way back into the forward half, so there was always going to be representation there. But the Carlton defenders, in a situation like that when the ball's in the pocket, they're defending goal side. So to actually have the awareness to shape back to someone who's actually further away from goal in the corridor, really smart by Tom Papley.
What a campaign this young man is having, Errol Goulden, on all-Australian pace. He has just snuck that one through. The Swans second of the night. They are 2-1-13. Carlton 2-4-16.
Yeah, just settled the last couple of minutes, Sydney, with Carlton really dominated the middle part of that quarter for the balance of 7-8 minutes. Sydney just kept turning the ball over. Their skills are atrocious between the arcs and allowed Carlton, obviously, to get their hands in the ball. Carlton just didn't use the ball going inside their forward 50. Sydney slowed the game down a small bit. In that instance, they went straight along to contest. Rowbottom got to the crumb, and the next entrance was a long entry where Franklin got the ball to go on Patley. Nice finish to Goulding. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, and Goulden actually kicked that goal with boots painted by one of the Swans AFLW players. Alicia Newman, a Ningy woman, painted the boots of Warner and Goulden tonight. So already with a goal.
Nice. Awesome. Thanks, Dad. Off the SMS, watching my Blues from Meanjin. I think that's Brisbane. Go Baggers. Charlie to kick 10, says Ben. Can the Swans win after their narrow win of the Mighty Roos? Maybe not. James up early in Houston, Texas. Thank you very much for that. 0437 774 774 from the restart here. It's just cannoned away off the volley by Boyd off half-back for the Blues. Toward the outer side. Motlop now a handball into space. Untidy it was by hand from Hollands. Gathered here by his skipper. Now Cripps is wrapped up by Heaney. Ball comes free. Hollands tries again. Still alive here for Chera. And now Motlop was wrapped up in a vicious tackle by Wicks. And the umpire says, give it to me. Tig has your old team bet on the Porter. Their skills are terrible tonight. Marcus in South Melbourne drinking his Guinness.
Yeah, Porter is Guinness. It's a big drink in Ireland, and
I'm familiar with what that is.
It looked like it. Well, our listeners mightn't be, but it's a very good drink. In fact, the black stuff, Guinness.
Carlton by 3 points here.
21 minutes gone in the first quarter. And we'll have a ball up at right half forward for the Blues.
It's got me a bit thirsty.
Oh, God, this isn't it's a footy broadcast, not a beer ad. Hey, Dick.
Rowbottom, 5th in the competition for tackles, lays another one on Chera. So we'll have a ball up, the exact same spot of the one just previous.
There is quality non-alcoholic Porter.
McAndrew,
sure you're all over
23rd
that.
birthday doing the ruck work, down to McInerney, manages to squeeze it free to Cunningham, and now Florent off half back, drives the Swans to centre half forward. Hickey is marked, he'll play on, he's got a one-on-one inside 50, it's McLean, he dropped when he should have taken, he kept his feet low, and it's soccered through by Wicks. Sam Wicks, in for his first game of the season, took advantage of the loose ball, slammed it home, and the Swans have the lead back. They are 3-1-19. Carlton 2-4-16. Sam Wicks on the board for season 2023.
Better ball use, Alicia, between the arcs. You know, you're cleaner, and obviously it's a nice exit from the stoppage. And just obviously Hickey is a centre half forward, and as a key forward there, Hayden McLean, you just want that opportunity 1v1. But Sam Wicks has started on fire. You know, last week they tried Braden Campbell as that high half forward, or some speed around the ball. Certainly looked a lot better, Sydney, with the speed around the ball, but the composure piece is the shift that Sydney have had in the last 10 minutes around being more efficient with the ball use between the arcs.
Yeah, there's a clear game plan with the ball movement, isn't there?
Yeah.
Even, a release back at stoppage across half back, but then immediately they looked inboard again, and it was Tom Hickey who was leading to the fat side of the ground. So it's clear what they want to do, Sydney, but it's just the execution that let them down that 5-minute patch prior.
Free kick for a hole out of the centre bounce. It'll go the way of Luke Parker. Takes it from the bullseye. Sends it deep in the attacking zone here. Going up McLean. Strong overhead grab. He's directly in front, 25 out.
John noticed again, I'm touching on last week's game, but he was the man as the forward last. And it's the first game I've seen Hayden play where he was the main target and was flying for everything and looked confident. And it's almost like it's his time as a young footballer that's played a lot of football, but as a key forward, he's looking like, well, you know what, I'm standing up with his shoulders out, don't give it to me, kick it to me, I'll win it. That authority you need as a key forward.
He was the hero last week, Hayden McLean.
Happy.
And he's happy with that one as well. The Swans have another one. 4-1-25 to 2-4-16. They're out by 9 points. So they've kicked 3 in a row. They've had 7 of the past 8 inside 50s in the game. As the familiar sounds of the didgeridoo ring around the SCG. He's positioned in the members stand, which is always a feature of this Margaret game. It's where he sort of sounds the didge from after every goal. And the Swans are out by 9 points. 4-1 plays 2-4. 24 gone here in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
In a fantastic opening quarter. Swans have fought back after Carlton started the better. 9-point lead for Sydney in a must-win game for both. Hayden McLean's form's just on the improve. He really needs to step up. Logan McDonald out, of course, and Joel Marty, and he's starting to show something, Tig.
Yeah, he is, and it's that authority you want and confidence from a big man.
Tom Hickey's looked good as well since coming onto the ground. Gets it down to Goulden. The kick to half forward is spoiled away from Hayward. Blues win it back through Mitch McGovern. Ollie Hollands tries to get rid of Ryan Clark. Failed to do so though. And there's a ball up right half forward for the Swans. Parker 6 disposals, as is the same for Papley. Cottrell is 8 for Carlton. And that's a good tackle again by Goulden on Chera. Boundary throw in right half forward for Sydney. An underrated part of his game, Errol Goulden, Tigers, he's tackling as well.
Yeah, he's a fierce competitor. This kid just doesn't want to lose. You know, it's a great trait to have.
Swans by 9 points. Pitnet and Hickey get tangled up. Rowbottom and Chera. And the ball comes to the ground here. It's a high tackle going the way of Goulden. So receives the free kick this time. Hand pass off to Lloyd. Now on the angle, a little too wide on the angle. It's out of bounds on the full. Right where the 50 meets the boundary line. Free kick for the Blues at left half back.
Need to get their hands on the ball now, Carlton. You know, it's been a dominant period for Sydney here.
Blues drive it up the wing. Blakey sets himself though, spoils only as far as Cripps, down to De Koning. Well done by Cottrell to duck Blakey's tackle and snap it to half forward. Kerno with front position again. He's having an excellent first quarter, took the mark, played on quickly. Ball in dispute inside attacking 50. Melican was first to it. Having a decent game in his first for the season. Warner shrugs the tackle. Now they're caught, Sydney. At centre half back. Not holding the ball though. Akers wins it back for the Blues to Doherty. Knocked down by Rowbottom, and Rowbottom kicks them free of defensive 50, the Swans.
Only as far as Saad, though. It takes the mark on the western wing logo area. Off to McGovern by hand, and now fires the pass up the line here for Walsh. He's 55 from goal. Loads up here for the Blues. Options inside the arc. Running start there from Mackay. He was impeded. Umpire says play on. Akers tries to reach there. Lays the follow-up tackle down there on Cunningham. And the umpire will ball it up again. And the numbers of the 50 at the Carlton attacking end.
I was going to say, when De Koning, Kerno and Mackay are all playing forward, Sydney are just getting all of their numbers back. They win the footy and then they just kick it straight back to the Carlton defenders that have just dropped off in space.
Right, what on tackle on Akers. Akers dropped the footy, so how about with the footy here for the Swans?
It was a better entry for Carlton. It was just taking it off the line, and just the Sydney defenders. It's harder to defend when the ball's taken off the line. The entries they had earlier in the quarter, Carlton, they were too straight, which allowed the drop off. You take it off the line, it's small, but it's harder to actually defend it, whether you're a defender on a man or actually coming off as that winger.
All out of bounds here on the outer side. Swans 4-1-25. Carlton 2-4-16. 27 gone here in the opening term.
19 tackles for Sydney in the first quarter. They have been fierce. The Blues have matched them though, that department, as Heaney wins it from the ruck contest. Gets it to Campbell. He's kicked though, is picked off by Mitch McGovern. But he's sent it out of bounds on the full off the side of his right boot. 27.5 minutes gone in the first quarter. Swans lead by 9, and they've got the free kick under the Bill O'Reilly stand on the outer wing. Braden Campbell has the football. Kicks it to half forward. Hickey was in the contest. And there's a free kick going the way of Carlton for a push on Pitnett. And the big ruckman has just signed a new 4-year contract with Carlton, has it at right half back.
Another curious part of the Tom De Koning conversation is that re-signing of Mark Pitnett. Up the outer side they come near the Blues. Strong grab taken by Charlie Curnow. Is there any other kind?
I think he's had 3 contested marks already this game, I think.
All outside 50, high up the ground. They've been very high. He's got one here in front of us, interchange side, so it's been very high, which it's Sydney will allow that, obviously, and be comfortable with that.
We're going to cross half back here for Wiedering, and now Saad. Some pressure here from Patley. Saad on the burners here away from Wicks. And it's back towards right half back here for McGovern. By the way, it's his 50th game as a Blue. He's now played more for the Blues than the Crows. Mitch McGovern. It's taken on the outer side down there by George Hewitt. He can send Carlton back inside 50. Mackay couldn't pull it in. Cunningham at the back there. Shares it with Fox for the Sydney Swans. They exit defensive 50. On the half volley, it was awkward for Akers. Get the hand pass back though from Hewitt. Akers puts them back inside forward 50. To Koning. Second, third fight. Controls the ball to his chest. And he'll take his set shot here from 15 out directly in front.
Yeah, it's too tall. Oliver Florence 184 on De Koning in the goal square, and that's that's where you're getting caught. Obviously, it was a deeper entry. Obviously, it's a good matchup for Carlton, and the deeper entry for himself. Once they don't mark it, clearly they got numbers at the ground, but massive height advantage.
Yeah, for the past 5 or 6 weeks, Tom De Koning. Welcome back, TDK. And the Blues settle back in late in the opening term. They're 3-4-22. Sydney are 4-1-25. It's the Swans by 3 as we approach the half-hour mark here at the SCG on Grandstand AFL.
It's been a very entertaining first quarter, hasn't it? I mean, that was just the perfect inside 50 there. Just to the ball kicked to the top of the square, 15 metres out from the goal line. So even if a Sydney defender did get a fist on it, it would still be a live ball. But that's where Tom De Koning wants the footy, doesn't it? He's obviously got few more centimetres on his defender tonight. So Sydney are getting all big numbers back, but if they're not competing in the air, then it's going to be a tough night.
And I was going to say just before that, I thought Sydney's defenders have been standing up okay. You know, they've had 16 inside 50s against them, and they've actually handled it okay with the help and support they've had in front of the 2 big, which might allow De Koning to drop off and have a night.
7 goals in the first quarter. Still time for another one late in the term. Swans win it though. Papley's under pressure at centre half back. His kick is smothered. It bounces though fortuitously for Lloyd. has Robbie Fox in support. He kicks it up the wing, but Mitch McGovern got in front of Sam Wicks and took the grab. With a chance for one more Carlton attack before the quarter-time break. McGovern wheels away and kicks him deep inside 50. Flying at it was Pitton to Koning. Brought it down. Handball to the top of the goal square. Campbell is there, as is always for Carlton. Campbell wins the foot race and sends the Swans out of defensive 50. It bounces over the boundary line, and we will have a boundary throw in. 60 out from Carlton's goal. They lead by 3 points late in the first quarter.
John Longmire up in the box tonight. He's been on the boundary for most games this year. Akers, which is kick inside 50, but the quarter-time siren beats them. And it's the Swans who take a half a goal lead into the first change here on Friday night at the SCG. 4-1-25 the Sydney Swans, Carlton 3-4-22. Goal kickers for the Swans in that first term. McInerney, Wicks, Goulden and McLean for Sydney. While for the Blues it was Cottrell, Motlop and De Koning in that order as well. Quarter time here on ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. You're listening to Grandstand AFL.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
Straight through for a goal.
AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it. Bye-bye. See you later.
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set. Bingo.
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Clark, the former Roo, swings it now back to the wing here for McInerney. Got some space on that fat side of the ground now. Kick was smothered. Arrives here, back though it's gathered by Wicks. Back to McInerney, who lets fly from 40 and the Swans have the first. Well, worked out okay in the end.
Falls to Sam Walsh. 55 out from goal. Sets it up for Charlie Curnow, who marks. Oh, that's why he's one of the best in the business. 36 goals for the season for Charlie Curnow. Kicks it to the man of the mark. Unbelievable. Gets it back to Motlop. He gets free of a couple of tackles. Snaps on goal. The Blues have got one anyway. And it's Jesse Motlop. It's a Doug Nicholls round. Florent off half back. Drives the Swans to centre half forward. Hickey is marked. He'll play on. He's got a one-on-one inside 50. It's McLean. He drops when he should have taken. He kept his feet low and it's soccered through by Wicks. Sam Wicks into his first game of the season.
Akers puts them back inside forward 50. To Koning, second, third fight, controls the ball to his chest. And he'll take his set shot here from 15 out directly in front. And out for the past 5 or 6 weeks, Tom De Koning. Welcome back, TDK. The Blues settle back in. Late the opening term.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Fast, fierce, Friday night footy. What a start. Sydney Swans and Carlton, both desperate sides. 11th versus 12th as we get round 11 underway, the second weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls round here on Grandstand AFL. Your experts are Ty Kennelly and Alicia Eva. Yeah, what an internet. Sorry, Alicia.
No, you're right. Yeah, very entertaining first quarter. And it looked all Carlton's way, apart from the first couple of minutes, looked all Carlton's way. Sydney were just had really poor execution. Once they cleaned that up, they were able to hit the scoreboard. And also, critically, they were winning centre bounce off the back of a few goals. So we spoke about the importance of winning it at the source and locking it inside forward 50 early. And when Sydney were able to win centre bounce, it was effective. Then came the issue of the last 5 minutes of the quarter when it just seemed to live in Carlton's forward 50. And we know Carlton have a really tall forward line tonight, and we've been talking about the Twin Towers, but I think there's 3 of them with De Koning down there. So Sydney are dropping big numbers back and winning it at ground level, but then they're kicking it straight back to the Carlton's half-back line who are just mopping it up. So I think if they've got those numbers back there, they're going to have to start using the ball by hand, using those big numbers, running it out, and then when they find a mark, bide a little bit of time for forwards to get back up the ground and provide an option inside 50.
Yeah, probably the balance where the quarter was at is probably the balance of the game and the scoreboard itself. You know, Sydney kicked 3 in a row, but the Carlton's dominance in that 10-minute period was more on their efficiency going inside 50, where they're just clearly you talking, folks, about getting it in high and getting it into your forwards, your key forwards. There's also a bit of a method to that. You know, it's not just getting it bombing it high as you can, which allows Sydney defenders to do. But I thought Carlton's use with the ball later in the quarter, every time it goes in, you know, you're almost holding tight as a Sydney supporter, thinking, well, one of them's going to mark it. Certainly even on slow plays. You saw that match up for De Konin's goal with Oliver Florent and De Koning. It can catch you out, the SCG, when you're playing as a key position. It's traditional centre-half forwards, you know, in bigger grounds are playing a bit higher. At the SCG, you really need to play about 30 metres off from goal as that key forward. You just, but Carlton look very dangerous when they go forward, which is the issue that Sydney are going to have. But Sydney ball use cleaned up, more effective going between the arcs was an issue. You know, someone said during the call, were they drinking porter? But it looked like it for 5 or 6, 7 minutes. There was for Carlton, where the Swans were turning the ball over every time they got outside their D50. They cleaned that up, and their efficiency going inside was much, much better, which allowed them to kick the 3 goals in a row. And also their centre clearance stuff that you mentioned.
Is your shirt inside out?
Maybe. No, there's 2 of them on.
No, it's definitely inside out though.
Oh, that's a new style. I'm going with that style.
That problem, nothing. I just sort of saw the scene here. I thought, what's going on there? Garvey, a few numbers to quarter time.
As Sweet Caroline goes around the SCG, as it always does at quarter time. So Charlie Curnow is such an interesting player in this game because of the Swans' deficiencies in the key defensive positions, and he's marking the ball superbly. 7 touches, 3 marks, 6 contested possessions for Charlie Curnow. Harry Mackay, quiet though, just the 2 disposals. So the Swans are clamping down on him pretty well. Lance Franklin, just the 1 touch to quarter time. Fox and Lloyd, busy down back, 8 disposals each. Cunningham 7 as well. Luke Parker 7 with 4 clearances. Akers has 9 for the Blues. Matt Cottrell, what a quarter he had. 9 disposals, 4 contested, 3 clearances, 3 score involvements and a goal. Walsh with 8 and Tom De Koning with 7 disposals and a goal. Cripps has 6 for the Blues.
Off the SMS, hi guys, can you support us? So go the Blues, LOL, says David in Rappanup, Victoria. To balance out the beer talk, I've got my Shiraz blend keeping me company while the Blues live down to my expectations from Robert Montmorency on your on. Sydney have handballed to teammates under pressure many times. Sydney would be possibly further ahead, says Rod from Hobart. Second term underway at the SCG. Swans by 3 points. Big hit there from Heaney on Hewitt, getting out to his feet now. Heaney goes inside 50, out the back, pedal towards the goal line and rushed through by Brodie Kemp. The first score will be a rush behind at the Sydney Swans way in this second term. It's 4-2-26 to Carlton 3-4-22.
Mitch McGovern brings it back in for Carlton, drives it up to the wing, pitted it with front position, got 2 hands to it, controlled it down to Hewitt. He got the ball away from his boot eventually. Now Warner is hit hard by Akers, got his hands free. Cunningham and now Goulden with another disposal. Did well to spot up Blakey in the middle of the SCG. He looks for a target inside 50, but it is an ill-directed kick. It is marked by one of his former teammates in Nick Newman. Back there for Carlton. Newman, who played 31 games for Sydney, has it in defensive 50.
Flares it wide. He'll be out of side here again for Kemp. He's back into the side after games in round 7 and 8. And his 9th game of his career overall, Brodie Kemp. Just goes searching up the outer side. Will Pack, Hickey slaps it away here, out in space. Clark into a 2-man tackle. He was collected down there by Doherty first of all and bring it to ground. So the ball up on the back edge of the square, eastern side of the SCG. Umpire wastes no time. Hickey and Pitnet. At the drop, McInerney, hand pass off to Cunningham, releases Blakey by hand, shrugs away from Motlop, has a bounce, in the middle of the SCG he goes, and now sends it inside forward 50. It was a perfect pass to find McLean. Nice work from Blakey, good lead up, and McLean now can finish it off from 30 out directly in front.
And look at them all get around Nick Blakey there. I think the Swans have actually done a pretty good job of, when they are winning the stoppages around the ground, getting a half back running past for support. They've been using him pretty well, and of course Nick Blakey, pretty handy user of the football.
Yeah, Carlton are putting it forward up to the stoppage, trying to create some space forward of the ball.
Hayden McLean, 2 goals last week, including the match winner. Here he is for his second tonight. And the Swans get the first of the second quarter. They're 5-2-32. Carlton 3-4-22. Early stages second term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm guessing it must be pretty hard to not honour a Buddy lead. Blakey did that there, but Buddy was the first to get over to him and say you picked the right option, kicking it to McLean.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever heard Bud do that. But they've done it a lot. It's like the quarterback setting up behind a line of scrimmage where Carlton's have got a high half forward coming into the stoppage going defensive side of the stoppage. It's allowing Sydney to have a half back, and it's been damaging for Sydney the past quarter and a bit. You don't want Nick Blakey having that space at all.
The halfbacks of Sydney getting plenty of the football. Cunningham 9 disposals, Fox and Lloyd 8. Now Blakey having an influence as well.
I can understand why they're trying to do it, to create some space forward of the ball for the keys. You've got to make these halfbacks accountable also.
Swans with the first goal of the second quarter. They lead by 10 points. Hickey and Pitnett do the right work. Scrapping away, looking for the footy in the middle of the SCG. It falls away of Warner. Quick handball out to McInerney. Swans go inside 50 again, but that's a good mark by Adam Sard, opposed to Wicks. Rare for Adam Sard to take an overhead mark, but he did so against an opponent that's shorter than him, which is a rarity for Sard as well. Motlop looking for the football on the outer wing, couldn't quite collect it. Boundary throw-in. Swans 5-2-32. Carlton 3-4-22. Friday night football here at the SCG. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Players will gather up between the arcs. Trotlakin on the outer side. Hitting it in front of Hickey. Again, just fisted away out in space. The Carlton teammates give chase out there. It was Hollands and Hewitt trying to get there first, and socket clear for a throw-in again. 60 around from Sydney's goal.
In this instance, Sydney trying to free up Justin McInerney. You see Harry Cunningham's coming up with the half forward, but trying to free up Justin behind the ball now as that halfback / winger.
Back in it comes. Pitnett lays it down here. Only as far as Heaney though. Hand pass to Warner, and the Swans can go back inside forward 50. High ball deep to the pocket. McLean running start from the back. Up there first. Early was Kennedy for the Blues. Kept alive here. Hand pass comes to Franklin. Shrugs away one. Under pressure. Gets it away now. Pressure now from Doherty. And now in there as well Haywood. Wicks was pushed off the kick. Loose ball gathered by Doherty in defence. Clever hand pass. Now Sard and Wiedering can clear by foot. Beyond defensive 50. Knocked back away by McInerney. Heaney puts a tackle on down there on Hollands. And it's almost locked in right on the paint of 50. And it is. The umpire balled up. So another stoppage just on the cusp of their attacking zone here, the Sydney Swans. And they lead by 10 points. Still seeing a bit of issue here for, is it George Hewitt who's down?
Yeah, he's dazed. I think he's in a bit of trouble, George Hewitt.
Intended to in back play by a couple of the Carlton trainers.
Yeah, that ball pinballed around in there, so whether he's copped an errant knee or a friendly fire, or it's a shoulder.
Oh, it's a shoulder from his fellow former Swan, Nick Newman. So Newman tried to tackle Buddy Franklin, and as Buddy sort of came down and got rid of the footy, Newman's shoulder has met Hewitt in the cheekbone, I think, and that's why he's coming off looking in all sorts of worry here, George Hewitt. He doesn't know where he is.
Well, that could be his night done. Ed Curnow would be warming up the Carlton sub. He looks very much dazed and confused, George Hewitt.
Meantime, Swans by 10 points. 6 gone second term. Ball up on the outer side of the ground here. Declan Byrne down to you on the boundary.
Unsurprisingly, Curnow was warming up. He's just taken off his vest, so it looks like he's going to be activated straight into the game for George Hewitt.
He's on the phone straight away with instructions from Michael Voss, the Carlton coaching staff.
A weird sub, Ed Curnow, the Blues.
Extremely. He's almost, in this instance, it's almost like for like, so they're looking in a way that George Hewitt and himself, they're not going to lose a whole lot in this instance. But George, he's an absolute pro of the game, gets every little bit he can out of himself, and one of the most professional footballers I've ever worked with. His ability to cross all his T's and dot his I's, it's incredible, and you just don't like seeing this for a bloke that wants to play well against his former team.
Ball up, outer side. Hewitt has eventually left the ground, and Cripps is wrapped up by Parker and Heaney. Quickly down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
So interestingly, Curnow now put the shirt back on, so I don't know if that phone call changed anything. Maybe they're going to wait and see, or maybe he was just cold and he wanted the shirt back on while he warmed up.
Bouncing ball inside 50, attacking 50 for the Swans. The quick clearance from that area from Wiedering found Charlie Kerner in the middle of the SCG. Long ball into attack. Mackay's under it. They converge on him. Cut across well. Tom de Koning, though, does the roving. Gets it back to Koning and snaps it to the top of the square. Mackay's running back. Watching it well, though, was McInerney. He's taken the chest mark deep in defence of 50, but then showed too much of it to Doherty, who got across and spoiled it away from Tom Hickey. So a boundary throw-in attacking 50 for the Blues.
I know we'll pump up Nick Blake in his ability to use the ball there, but twice in this instance there's a high ball in, and he walked 60-70 minutes to get back to that contest, and then he's walked back deep to the square to put a block on, which allowed Justin McInerney to take the mark. Outstanding work defensively.
Thrown back in. Motlop to Hollands. Kick responded by Warner. Great stuff from the 50-gamer. Hickey, and now Parker can just work it beyond defensive 50. Patley drops the mark. Follows up now here for the Swans. Hand pass inboard now for Warner. Shows good pace away from Sard. Now McInerney marks on the back edge of the square here on the eastern wing of the SCG. He's called to play on. Swinging across for Fox on the half volley. Lays off the hand pass again here to Blakey, the very slippery lizard. Away he goes inside 50 and finds the chest of Haywood, who marks 50 out. Left-hand side of goal here. He's got a big leg here, Haywood. Let's go from 52. It's across the face. Newman drops it in the defensive zone there for the Blues. And now a tackle laid by Wicks will lock it in for a ball up.
I'll tell you what
right
I'd be doing.
Full for the Swans.
Sorry, Sprigg, I'll be getting Ed Kerner on straight away onto Nick Blakey.
Yes.
The impact he's having on this game, that's what I'll be doing.
Sydney by 10 points here, 9 gone second term.
30 tackles for Sydney, 15 for Carlton. The defensive work of the Swans superb so far. Heaney with another tackle, this time on Cripps. Ball squeezes out to Walsh, under pressure, tries to get it rid of defensive 50 for the Blues. Underneath of those, McInerney gets it to Rowbottom for Sydney. Now Goulden, he's dangerous, just outside attacking 50, gets it back to Heaney. Quick kick into attack. McLean had the chance to mark it, spoiled away from him by Kemp. Florent was first to the football. Now Hickey's at it, protects it well for McLean to gather. He snaps it deep in attack for the Swans. Parker couldn't mark, but he's there. Kept his feet. Franklin wrapped up by Wiedering, though. Will have a ball up. 15 out from the Swans' goals. And they lead by 10 points.
Can't have lost all the structure forward of the ball now. The last two exits, they've just been cut way too high to forwards.
On the air, Hickey. As far as Cripps. Slams ball on his boot. And now Cottrell floats across to Mark here. Lays off the hand pass to Doherty. Off half back. Room to bounce, the former skipper. And now just floats it high towards half forward. Charlie Curnow knocks it out the back here. Florent there was in defence of the Swans. Gathered by Fox. Shares it back to Florent now. Out and under the Blues here in this part of the ground. Rowbottom was wrapped up by Cottrell. Hand pass goes straight to Owies. Back inside 50 they go. Low ball for Motlop, who dives and takes the chest mark. 40 out directly in front. It wasn't pretty, but the Blues will have a shot here from inside 50.
And I think, Tig, you called it, the structure forward of the ball didn't look set up then at all, but I think the pressure that was put on the Sydney defenders there, particularly on Rowbottom there, just forces a turnover, and sometimes that's all you need.
Florent probably tried to be too cute with the handball. There was an initial handball on, they didn't give it. Handballs want to Rowbottom under pressure, but you're right, the Smalls went to time, put pressure on the Sydney defenders.
Sub has been made now for the Blues officially. Jesse Motlop. A set shot from 50 for goal number 2 tonight. It's right to the line and not quite over. That was worked through on the line by McAndrew. So it's a minor score for the Blues, 3-5-23. They trail the Swans, who are 5-2-32, 11 go on second term.
Jake Lloyd standing on the Aboriginal flag in the defensive goal square for the Swans. Brings it out to left half back. Good contest from Hayden McLean. Affected that, brought it down. Rowbottom was caught and he's won a free kick. Slung in the tackle by the sub. And he's got it at left half back, James Rowbottom. Sends it up to the wing. Big leap there by Kemp. Couldn't grab it. Franklin was first to the scene for the Swans. Cripps is well tackled by Rowbottom, who's up to 5 tackles now, doing what he does best, James Rowbottom. Ball up on the wing on the Sir Doug Nicholls round logo. Swans lead by 9 points.
There it goes. Heaney, a hand pass to Goulden. Back to Heaney. Breaks away here. Chera, though, brings him down. Kick just got away in time. Towering grab taken by McGovern over Franklin. We'll have it at right half back here for the Blues. Seeds ground to go back inside defensive 50 for Kemp. Now Kemp chips it back to Wiedering. Swans by 9 points. Wiedering plays on. Heaney wants the grab. Put his knees in the back of chair. Umpire says play on. Walsh hand pass to Cripps on the loose ball. And now Walsh gets it back again. Steadies his kick across the half-forward line now for Boyd. And now Boyd can find a target 55 out. It's Akers. Akers assesses the options. Doesn't have much on here. Ed Kerno, the sub, marks now and goes inside 50. A short chip pass to Mackay. And by the time he marks, he's on an acute angle in the left forward pocket, 45 metres out.
You spoke about it earlier, Tig. Carlton at times need to change angles when they're going inside 50, and that's what Sam Walsh's run and drive out of that, I guess, that stoppage, scrimmage type scenario. Him running towards the corridor, drawing a defender, giving it to someone loose, and then getting the ball on the other side of the ground. It just creates a leading lane for Mackay.
The preferred side for left footy, Harry Mackay, and as a result, he's spread it well and truly missed the lot. No change to our score. The Swans are 5-2-32, Carlton 3-5-23, 13 and a half played in the second term.
Well and truly has the yips. It's been talked about obviously throughout the year, and his shooting accuracy has been very, very poor throughout the year. But yeah, you're right. Give him opportunities like that to open up the open side of the ground for him, because it's easy to defend, but to go straight inside the 50.
He's kicked 14-13 for the season. Mackay didn't add to that tally. Akers wins it back though for Carlton on the wing. Quick handballs to Kemp, and then Matt Kennedy. Left foot kick to half forward. De Kooning's under it. It flies over his head and out of bounds on the full. Free kick to the Swans, and Jake Lloyd at right half back. Swans leading by 9 points, 5-2-32. Carlton 3-5-23.
It's been a bit of a flat quarter, hasn't it, from both sets of teams, really.
Lloyd drives it up the wing. The contest from De Koning is getting into the game well for Carlton. As a result, they win it back. Here's Ed Kerno, the sub, gets free of the tackle. Ball spills free though. First on the scene is Chera. Handball back to Cripps. And now Wiedering kicks Carlton inside 50. Charlie Kerno trying to get free. Does so and takes a brilliant mark. Lying on the ground as if he was in the slips here at the SCG. Fell over, but was able to take the mark. And that just shows the form he's in right now. The confidence is brimming. And Charlie Kerno will kick from 45 out in a 45-degree angle.
Great mark. He's on the ground and he marked it. And he's come up with a big smile on his face and he's marked it. It's great. There's not much more Melican can do. That's when his nickname is Pell. So.
The All-Australian and Coleman medalist of last year, Charlie Kerno, works it back left to right. Not far enough, though. Drew Ferre behind. He's searching for his first goal of the evening. Carlton 3-6-24. The Swans 5-2-32. And we've gone 15 minutes in the second quarter.
He'd sort of lost the contest, hadn't he, with Melican, and then all of a sudden it just fell on his lap. When it's all going your way, it's going your way, but it wasn't a set shot to be for him. Goulden now off half-back for the Swans. Back to Hayward. Now Melican tumbles it back up the line here towards Rowbottom. It missed him. One is only to McGovern for the Blues, and now McGovern's kick comes to Durden on the boundary line.
Good period here for Carlton. He gets some reward.
Walsh marks in the corridor, 55 out. Swans by 8 points. Can the Blues make something of this? Inside 50 they go. Mackay's fingertips all over that one though. Fox tries to bring it away for the Swans. Rowbottom, and now they clear out through Goulden. But will come back here for a throw, says the umpire.
Against Rowbottom.
Disposal from Rowbottom. So the set shot will come here for Carlton from well and truly inside scoring range. Corey Durden has the Sheridan in hand. He'll be... no, it's going to go, in fact, the way of Motlop. He'll
Great call.
Set shot, and he's 22 out on an angle better than 45 degrees.
Great call. At the time I saw it, I'm going to back my eye.
You did, you were all over it. Well done.
Did call it.
Do you want to call the rest of the game?
Yeah, no worries.
There was no argument from Rowbottom, so
do a better job.
Jesse Motlop. Turn it up. Jesse Motlop lining up here for his second goal. He's 1 goal, 1 tonight on the approach. Pushing it left, it's coming back. And it does come back enough for his second. Larrakia and Nunga Man. Very important goal for the Blues. Closes the gap back to 2 points. 5-2-32. Carlton 4-6-30. 17 goal in second term here on Grandstand AFL.
And, I mean, that's what he's in the side for, kicking goals off the back of forward pressure. So that's his second shot at goal this quarter off the back of without his work rate, would have easily been a Sydney D50 exit. But just the pressure on the ball carrier. Twice he's got row bottom now.
It's probably the reward that they've deserved the past certainly 4 or 5 minutes when they just haven't been efficient in front of goals with their set shots. So just watching the replay, great call by the umpire and by myself.
If I was calling NRL, that'd be a great dummy half pass from James Rowbottom. Just in behind, there you go. Wasn't even any attempt to disguise it as a handball from James Rowbottom.
Great, wasn't it? They're obviously, it's a great pick-up from the umpire because the player's getting away with so much of it.
So no goals in his last 2 weeks. Jesse Motlop's failed to crack 10 touches as well in his last 5 games. Having an impact tonight with 2 majors as the Blues get back into it. Scrapping away for the football at half forward for Carlton. For Sydney, Wicks gets hands on it. He's wrapped up. Ball up, 60 out from the Swans' goal.
But Sydney need to play with that high tempo. That's what was got. They looked better side when they're playing with the high tempo in the first quarter and a bit, and they've just stopped that tempo, and the game's been flat, which is suiting Carlton.
Hickey down to Parker, and now Warner kicks it inside 50. Wittering's marked it. Not sure he knew too much about it. They flew in front of him, and somehow the ball stuck to Wietering, who clearly had his sight of the football obscured. It's up to the wing, and Curno's taken another strong mark. Charlie Curnow. What an impact he's having on the football game. Scrappy kick to half forward. Melican comes out to meet it. He's reading the ball well in his first game for the season, Lewis Melican. Gets it to Chad Warner in his 50th game. At right half back, finds a big ruckman in Hickey. But he's turned it over with an ordinary kick, picked off by the sub in Ed Curnow in the middle of the SCG, but he's made a mistake. His kick has been smothered. Gets it back, Ed Curnow. It's smothered again. Can the Swans get going? Scrappy football. Row bottom at centre half back. Coming out to meet it was Franklin. With courage, though, cutting across was Brodie Kemp to mark in front of the legend. That is Buddy.
Kemp plays on quickly here to McGovern. McGovern a short pass by foot to Walsh. Right on the centre circles here at the SCG. Swans by 2 points. Walsh puts the visitors inside forward 50. Charlie Curnow wants it. Hickey was competing with him. Shearer wins it away here. Back to Charlie Curnow. Hurried kick. Just skids out towards the forward pocket. Taken by Melican in defence for Sydney. And Lloyd across the defensive goal mouth for Blakey. And the Swans can start again from left full back. Although it's a dicey kick. It finds the corridor on the bounce. And Larivo Kato to Haywood. So maybe a good kick from Blakey in the end. And now the outer side. Campbell gets up and takes a grab on the back of Shearer. And Braden Campbell has it on the outer wing of the SCG.
Beautiful mark, Braden Campbell. Blues managed to put some pressure on those. Swans back into attack. Franklin and Wietering are wrestling. Well done by Franklin to try and guide it down to Papley, who looked to rove it. The ball just bounced away from him. Kemp's kick is smothered by Buddy. Falls the way of Cottrell, though. He clears defensive 50 for the Blues. Akers is trying to get hands on it on the wing. Well done by Fox, who kept his feet. Squeezed it the way of Florent. Now Warner cuts inside, gets around the Sard tackle. Sard held on, though. So Warner had to handball. Bouncing ball inside, attacking 50 for Sydney. Falls the way of Hickey now. Handballs it to Wicks. He can snap on goal. Sam Wicks looking for his second. It will bounce up and bounce through. Oh, scrappy as it may be, Sam Wicks has another. And an important one for Sydney, who are out to an 8-point lead.
Scrappy. Oof.
Yeah.
That's a compliment.
I was trying to think, how would we analyse that last 30 seconds of play, but I'm not sure there is.
The listeners don't want to know what it. Move on. It was so scrappy, wasn't it? You're crying out for someone to be clean, and Wicks gets one opportunity, snaps it from 40 odd. So it was very, very scrappy passage to play. Nick Blakey tried to bite off, nearly got a turnover from his goal scorer. To allowed Sydney to go through the middle of the ground, but nice finish from Wicks.
2 goals in his first game for the season.
High grandstand. Please keep Motlop on the ground. He kicked a goal. Go Blues, Adrian and Hampton East. Well, good news, Adrian. He's back out there after the Sam Wicks goal. But
and he's been looking good.
That is a gripe which fans don't always enjoy, seeing players come off. See it a bit less these days, but in any case, Swans by 8 points with Sam Wicks as second. Cripps, hand pass picked off by Warner from this restart. And now Boyd bursts away here for Carlton. Gets a nice shepherd on the way through as well by Doherty. Goes inside forward 50 on the couple of bounces here towards Charlie Curnow. Slung to ground by Francis. Handballs to brother Ed. Gets it away back here towards Hollins. He's 60 from goal. Ricochets inside 50, only as far as Cunningham. Handball on the bounce here to McInerney. He gets it all the way back to Fox. And he'll go back to full-back to find Jake Lloyd. I'll swing it back to the western side here to Sydney Swans. It's with Nick Blakey. He can just nurse it up the line here where Campbell takes a mark on the wing commentary side.
Campbell at left half back. Blakey kept going. Doing that well tonight. And then tried the little kick rugby union style to himself. He didn't have too many options. Cottrell was there though. Blakey just knocks it back to Campbell, who was supporting him. Ball bouncing free at right half forward for Sydney. Hayward gets hands to it. He's wrapped up by Cottrell, who's having an excellent game for the Blues. Carlton wins it back. Quick kick up the wing. De Koning's underneath it and marking. Excellent grab to Koning in front of Robbie Fox. Making the most of his height advantage, the big ruckman for the Blues. Goes short and finds Cottrell. Possession number 12 coming up for him. A goal as well to his name, the number 46 for Carlton. Kicks him into attack. Hickey's underneath it. Curnow is leaping and marking. Well, it's one of the best sights in footy when a key forward is playing in the manner that Charlie Curnow is this season and tonight. Utterly dominant. And he'll kick from 45 out on a 45-degree angle.
You see it in football every time when a key defender's got a ruckman or a support player in front of him, leave the key forward, run and jump at the ball, thinking the ruckman's going to intercept, actually allow you support. It's the worst thing you can do. You've got to play football as if there's no one there to help you and actually defend the forward.
7 marks for Curnow, 10 contested possessions. Still looking for his first goal of the night, though, and he's spurned another opportunity. No goals, 2 for Charlie Curnow tonight, the Coleman medal leader.
I tell you what, Garby, I would be clearing out the 50 and just let him down, let him go to town.
Florent kicks out here for the Swans to the outer side, only as far as Boyd for Carlton. And now Doherty to Sards, all the way back by hand to McGovern, off left half back. They'll just pull the trigger here to find Hollins on the eastern side in front of the O'Reilly stand. Worked up the line again here to find Owies, and Owies into the pocket. And he'll swing it back into the corridor. Warner was the first pair of hands to it here for the Sydney Swans. Goes beyond the arc now to back to McInerney, who marks out right half back for Sydney.
They've certainly exited D50 a lot better this quarter, the Swans.
McInerney goes short, finds Hickey on the wing. Blues flooding back. 24 and a half minutes gone in the second quarter. Sydney lead by 7. Hickey to half forward, coming out to mid it is Brodie Kemp. Should have taken the mark on his chest. It bounced off his chest and over the boundary line. So a boundary throw in. Right half forward for the Swans, underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand. The Swans attacking to the left of your radio dial. Lead by 7 points. 25 minutes gone in the second quarter. Hickey and Pitnet down to Warner. 16 disposals coming up for him. In fact, he was caught holding the ball, so he's still stuck on 15. Good tackle by Adam Chera on Warner, who is starting to have an influence in this football game. Free kick at left half back for the Blues to Chera.
Quite the same frenetic, or no, certainly not the same silky as we saw in the, what am I trying to say here, is the opening term. I can't get the words out either. 25 gone second term. Sydney by 7 points. Motlop. Handball bounced away here to Hayward. Charlie Curnow goes in hard, goes a couple of fans here. Lost the ball the second time, got it by Campbell. Gives it back to Francis. The Swans can get away, can they? Francis, hand pass to Blakey. Away the top here towards Warner. And now Warner's kick up towards half forward. That number down there was McLean. And Wiedering takes the mark.
I don't know what efficiency Chad Warren was on, but I reckon he's turned the ball over every time he's touched this quarter, either by hand or foot.
Not the same sort of silky skill levels we saw in the opening term, I'm trying to say. Anyway, 7 points. I'm getting the words out. I'm just using keywords. Doherty, say less. Doherty sends it back up towards half forward. 2 on 2. Francis up in front takes the intercept grab here for the Sydney Swans at left half back.
And the Swans finally beat Charlie Curnow to an aerial ball. He's looking so dangerous, having such an impact on this game as we suspected he might, with the Swans undersized and undermanned defensively. Francis did well to take the mark. Short to Cunningham. Now Florent. Swans chipping it around defensive 50. Sam Wicks a long way from where he likes to be in attack. 2 goals to his name tonight, Sam Wicks. His first game for the season. And goes short to Robbie Fox. Fox just guides it up the wing 20 metres and finds Florence. So very selective in their disposal use at the moment, Sydney. Now Florent goes long into attack. Hayward flies. Kemp is there with him. Hayward gets hands on the football again, but he's wrapped up by Wiedering. So a ball up inside 50 for Sydney, who lead by 7 points with time ticking down in the second quarter. Perhaps a chance for them to extend their margin at the main break.
Umpire tosses it in the air. Hickey palms it down. Akers though in defence for the Blues. Shares it with Boyd. Nick little kick up the line here to find Ed Curnow in front of the scoreboard. He'll play on now. The sub, of course, if you are just joining us, George Hewitt with a serious-looking head knock. Was subbed out early in this second term. And this kick is wasteful. It goes out of bounds here for a throw-in on the outer side of the ground.
A few missed kicks in this last minute, coming off the side of the boot. Is it slippery down there, Declan? Can I ask that?
No, it's not too slippery. I mean, it's friggin' cold, that's for sure, so maybe that's affecting it.
Blues win an important ball on the wing. Here's Ollie Hollins. Darts around a would-be tackler, gets it to Cripps. A chance for Cripps to kick on goal from just inside 50. He's pulled it near side. Perufere behind. So Carlton wayward in the second quarter. 4-8-32 now. The Swans 6-2-38, leading by a goal. Time ticking down to half-time.
So what's that 1 goal for in this term alone for Carlton? A chance to have gone ahead here as the half-time siren sounds here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. So it is the Sydney Swans who lead by a goal. 6-2-38 to 4-8-32. Goal kickers in this game so far. I'll start with the leaders, the Swans. McLean and Wicks each have 2. Singles to McInerney and to Goulden. Meanwhile, for Carlton, Motlop has 2. Singles to Cottrell and De Koning in the game so far. 6 points is the Swans lead. The first game of AFL round 11, of course, the second weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls round. Your experts, former Swans premiership player, Ty Kennelly. You shouldn't say former, because you're kind of always a premiership player, aren't you? That's a bloody title, isn't it? And a 2-time All-Australian Giants captain, Alicia Eva. Your thoughts on the half-time?
Yeah, poor second quarter of football. The quality itself drops right off. The speed of the game drops right away. The first quarter was a great spectacle to actually watch itself, but the skill errors involved from both sets of teams was atrocious in that second quarter. If anything, it's Carlton, they kicked 1 goal 4, was it 1 goal 5 in that quarter? Their efficiency and their opportunities in front of goal didn't take them. Sydney, Carlton, I think, be happier going in at half time with the output that they've had in the second quarter of football going into the game. They've kind of settled, and you're looking for Curnow to get more opportunities now. It looks like that he's going to get more opportunities as the teams fatigue, and you're trying to get some support back to help. It's not going to be there as much as players fatigue in the game of football, and you think he's going to get more opportunities forward the ball, and just Sydney's overusing the ball by hand also, I feel.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the spectacle that second quarter like it was in the first, and we did see a lot of errant kicks, hence asking about the conditions down there. And look, for mine, Sydney that quarter, probably better ball use out of the back half, but it just broke down between the arcs a little bit. But I really loved Nick Blakey's dash from half back. He looked really, really dangerous and got the ball deep inside 50 when he was running, carrying. He's a metres game player when he turns the footy over. When Sydney turn the footy over and they get in his hands. So I think they need to look to keep using him, but Carlton obviously shut him down in the second half of that quarter. Look, Curnow is looking dangerous, isn't he? Every time the ball goes near him, he's marking it. Unfortunately, hasn't hit the scoreboard yet with a major, but you're right. Do you look to isolate him deep? You might lose something for the long down the line kicks, but De Koning's taken a couple of good contested marks too. So.
I was just swapping himself for McKay. McKay seems to be playing the deeper one, whether he's got the tank or not. You don't need as much of a tank in this ground. So whether they swap, which gives Curnow the opportunity to have the shots at goal. Clearly McKay's got a bit of the yips, so just get him up around the ball. So he's actually the one that's delivering it in to Curnow and flip it. I'm surprised they haven't pulled that trigger themselves as players, just flipping who's higher and who's deepest more often than not. But Sydney's they're just they're not clicking. It's everything's hard for them. It's like bar the Nick Blakey incident and the ball movement piece. The ball movement is just it's so clunky. It's not as free as it was in the past 12, 18 months. It's very clunky at the moment, and it's probably part of that their better players have had to defend so much. The Blakeys, the Florence, and these types that they actually cooked when they're going to use the ball. Offensively, that they're actually not been able to use their weapon as much because they're so tired. And Warner's efficiency in that quarter was atrocious for mine.
So Charlie Curnow, brilliant. 14 disposals, 10 of them contested, 7 marks. Hasn't converted on the scoreboard, just the 2 behinds. But on the flip side of that, Harry Mackay can't get into the game. So just the 3 touches for him and the 1 behind. His confidence is low. I mean, if you got something out of Mackay, then you could maximise, couldn't you, what Curnow is doing. But as dominant as Curnow's been, Mackay isn't giving them the second threat.
Yeah. Well, I think we saw early in the first quarter, Mackay was actually up the ground, whether it was, just before rotation, and he actually sent a long ball inside 50 with plenty of high, got plenty of depth on it, and I think Carlton scored off the back of it. So maybe, Tug, what you're saying is exactly what Carlton might need to tinker with. Swap them. Kurnow's clearly marking everything coming his way. He hasn't kicked a major yet, but he's looking really dangerous, and he could clearly break this game open. And from need to give credit where credit's due too. The Carlton defensive 6 have worked really well tonight. In a one-on-one capacity too, so it's not necessarily all intercepts from a player dropping off and they're creating a +1 scenario. They've actually really held their own in the one-on-ones. Been really impressed with obviously Wiedering on Franklin, playing Franklin in front, not allowing him to get any run at the ball. But McGovern, he's mopping up across half-back, and also Saad, some of his one-on-ones. I know he took a contested mark earlier, and we commented that we don't see that often, but the Carlton defensive 6 are really holding their own.
As a young Cottrell getting a heap of the ball for Carlton as a midfielder, so he's got real speed and aggression. You can clearly see his weapon and his strength here tonight, his ability to get the ball, which is obviously going to help Welch and Cripps inside or on the ball with that fierce competitiveness and ability to actually win the ball for Carlton going forward. So look, it's all to play for. Still, no team's obviously blowing anyone out of the water. It's a low-scoring game now with both sets of teams not converting in front of goal also. So it's all to play for.
It felt flat, didn't it, that second quarter? It didn't feel like a Friday night blockbuster, which we probably sort of came here. It's a desperate situation for both clubs. We keep saying that, and that still doesn't change given the state of the game and the fact that it's still anyone's game from here. The Swans by 6 points at half-time, but that was a pretty flat second quarter here. Hopefully the second half has more for us in store as well. ABC News coming up very shortly. We'll look at a few other things, team news around the place and other stuff.
I've got to go change my T-shirt inside out too.
I'm getting used to it now, Tiger. It's all right. Keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. Thank you, Grandstand, for making this match sound much more entertaining than it actually is. Marcus in. Now, Marcus was in South Melbourne or Port Melbourne. Now he's in Porter Melbourne because he's enjoying the porter. I think that's very good, Marcus.
Oh, well
very
done.
Good. Enjoying the commentary. Now we're just doing one big beer ad. This is the ABC, so please just... I'm not going to read out all this sort of stuff. Simon and Sean in York Peninsula, thank you very much. Lifelong Blues supporter, but witnessing... something... No, I'm not going to say. Mentions one thing. Witnessing something is easier than watching the Blues at the moment. I can't read all that text, Simon and Sean. Thank you very much for that. But keep your correspondence coming, 0437 774 774. It's Sydney 6-2-38, Carlton 4-8-32. Second half coming your way shortly, but right now it's time for us to head to the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Billionaire Mike Cannon-Brookes has claimed control of the controversial Sun Cable solar export project, winning a bidding war after falling out with his former project partner Andrew Forrest. The project ultimately aims to export solar power from outback Australia to Singapore, but Alison Reeve from the Grattan Institute says it's still facing significant challenges, including finding a buyer for any electricity that's produced.
Without someone who is prepared to buy the electricity that's put out by this project, it will not ever go ahead. The number one thing that any renewable energy project needs is an off-taker, is someone who's prepared to buy the electricity, because without that, you can't raise capital.
An Australian man accused of going on a naked, drunken rampage in a conservative Indonesian province has reached a compensation deal to avoid prosecution. Bodie Mattis Risby-Jones was detained near a surf resort in Indonesia's Aceh, a province that practices conservative Islamic law. Police say he assaulted several people, including a local fisherman who had to be hospitalised with a serious foot injury. If prosecuted, he had faced up to 5 years in jail. The 23-year-old will remain detained while authorities approve the compensation deal. The operators of the New South Wales aged care home where a 95-year-old was tasered have clarified their actions on the night. Snowy Monero Regional Council, which operates Yalambee Lodge, where great-grandmother Claire Noland was allegedly tasered by police, says a call was placed to emergency services in accordance with its de-escalation procedures for assistance in the medical treatment of Miss Noland and transfer to hospital if appropriate. The council says it was a privilege to have Miss Noland as a resident over the last 5 years. She died in hospital on Wednesday. The police officer involved has been charged with a range of offences. More than 20 of Australia's leading sports organisations have banded together to throw their support behind a voice to Parliament. Tracy Holmes has the story.
Presidents, CEOs and athletes from more than 20 sports gathered in Sydney and Melbourne in support of the Voice to Parliament. The AFL's Executive General Manager of Inclusion and Social Policy, Tanya Hosh, explained why.
The Australian Constitution at the moment recognises Queen Victoria, recognises lighthouses, even recognises coinage, but is silent on the history and existence of the First Peoples.
Former captain, now coach of Australia's rugby league team, Mal Meninga, summed it up this way.
What's wrong with listening to a voice?
An open letter to sports fans will be published in weekend news outlets.
There are calls for governments and councils to do more to improve access to period products amid the current cost of living crisis. New research from the charity Plan International's found 6 in 10 Gen Z and millennial women are struggling to afford menstrual health products. Period poverty is defined as the inability to purchase menstrual care products like tampons and sanitary pads. Eloise Hall from social enterprise Taboo says a lot of education departments are currently footing the bill for the items in schools.
I really would love to see state governments like Victoria is considering at the moment taking that responsibility and providing period products where it's appropriate. Likewise for schools and workplaces, I think it's something that we all need to chip in. It's not just a government responsibility, it's actually a community responsibility as well.
Communities across Asia and the Pacific have raised concerns about a Japanese plan to release wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant. The operator TEPCO says the filtered water is safe, but several fishing-dependent communities fear it will pollute the ocean. Japan says it has to release the water because it's run out of space to store it. And the chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, Mark Brown, has backed the plan, saying he believes it'll have little impact on ocean life.
This water is going to be discharged first and foremost closest to Japan. And Japan has assured us that they would not do anything that would see their food chain or the biodiversity being affected by this water.
The United States and Saudi Arabia say that respect for a short-term ceasefire agreement in the African nation of Sudan has improved. They say that sporadic clashes between the Sudanese army and a paramilitary force have only occasionally disrupted the relative calm that's currently in place in the capital, Khartoum. A 7-day ceasefire is currently in force to help humanitarian aid reach civilians who have been trapped by the ongoing fighting. That's the latest ABC News. For more at any time, you can head to the website abc.net.au/news.
You're dead, man.
Yep, I'm back for an encore.
Okay, I'm going crazy.
Two best friends, but one has kind of passed on.
I'm stuck in limbo, you're stuck with me.
So what's the unfinished business?
He made a big payment out of the business account.
What were you hiding?
A new Aussie series that proves friendship never dies.
Some souls remain to pass on profound wisdom.
That's not you.
In Limbo.
Why me?
Because you're my best friend.
Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Clark, the former Roo, swings it now back to the wing here for McInerney. Got some space on that fat side of the ground now. Kick was smothered. Arrives here, back though it's gathered by Wicks. Back to McInerney who lets fly from 40 and the Swans have the first. Well, worked out okay in the end. The second effort from Justin McInerney. Nice support from Sam Wicks as well. And the Swans have the first mate.
Falls to Sam Walsh. 55 out from goal. Sets it up for Charlie Curnow, who marks. Oh, it's always one of the best in the business. 36 goals for the season for Charlie. Kicks it to the man of the mark. Unbelievable. Gets it back to Motlop. He gets free of a couple of tackles. Snaps on goal. The Blues have got one anyway. And it's Jesse Motlop. And Sir Doug Nichols round.
Cunningham releases Blakey by hand, shrugs away from Motlop, has a bounce. In the middle of the SCG he goes. And now sends it inside forward 50. It was a perfect pass to find McLean. Nice work from Blakey. Good lead up. And McLean now can finish it off from 30 out directly in front. Hayden McLean, 2 goals last week, including the match winner. Here he is for his second tonight. And the Swans get the first of the second quarter.
Balls away at Hickey now. Handballs it to Wicks. He can snap on goal. Sam Wicks looking for his second. It will bounce up and bounce through. Oh, scrappy as it may be, Sam Wicks has another. And an important one for Sydney.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nichols round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time at the SCG, the Sydney Swans 6-2-38 leads Carlton 4-8-32. The first game of AFL round 11, of course, the second weekend of Sir Doug Nichols round. And the SCG faithful being treated to a performance here from Willeroy singer Mitch Tambo. As the half-time break rolls on here, the second half not too far away after a very scrappy second quarter here, as you heard there in the highlights. Around the grounds across other sports, we've got the NRL, the Parramatta Eels 6, level with the North Queensland Cowboys 6. The Super Rugby, that's the Rebels and the Force, the Star Wars Cup, of course. Late in the second half, it's the Rebels 45 in Melbourne, the Western Force 14. And of course you can find most of the sports, especially our AFL, NRL, at the ABC Listen app. Just look for the respective buttons there. ABC Sport for NRL, ABC AFL for the AFL, which of course will serve you well tomorrow when our coverage continues from midday with the lead with Matt Clinch and the team. As far as a couple of things onto tomorrow, Ty, I want to ask you about O'Sheen Mullen at Geelong and why there is so much hype around this guy. He's played a handful of VFL games.
Yeah, it's his fourth game of football ever played, AFL football.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, it is. Absolute superstar of Gaelic football. Won the Young Player of the Year 2 years in a row. Signed with Geelong, came out, did 6 weeks and said, I don't want to do it. Went back to Ireland for the year, played last year, and then came back up, did pre-season, and he's continued on this year. Lightning quick. Lightning. Like, Irish players are fast, but he's got unbelievable explosive speed. Very, very mature head. For a young man, so very excited. And I'm not sure, but I think it's the first time there's been 3 players on an AFL team playing at once.
Fairly certain. So with Tui and Mark O'Connor.
And O'Sheen.
It's incredible.
I heard Zach Tui say during the week it's the equivalent of Nick Dacos leaving the AFL.
Yeah, there's been a huge upcry, obviously, at home to lose someone of that quality to the game. He's County, the team that he played for at home, had lost a lot of fans and haven't been successful, and it looked like they're on a downhill spiral. So he's clearly taking the opportunity to come across, and they keep blooding him. The great football club, obviously, and a great tradition, and now starting to become a real tradition hold for Irish footballers to get there. In that same game, which is Toby Green's 200th game at Kenya Park, Josh Fahey will make his debut as the sub for the Giants. Alicia, tell us about him.
Fazy, he has a lethal left foot kick. That's certainly his weapon. He's been playing a lot of footy across half back and a little bit on the wing so far this season. He's been accumulating big numbers the past 2 months of VFL footy, so fantastic for him to get his chance. He can hit the short option, and he very often likes to pull off the big long 60 metre drop punt that no one else might be able to do. So yeah, watch out for his left foot kick. But yeah, young boy from Canberra, so yeah, lots of Giant supporters have been asking the question, when will he get a run? So he gets his turn this weekend.
No ordinary 200th game, because it's the first player drafted by GWS to reach that landmark. So it is a significant one for Toby Green, the captain, of course, the poster boy of the football club. Can the Giants bring a surprise without Josh Kelly, without Haynes, without Himmelberg away to the Premiers?
Well, it's happened before. There was a couple of years ago, I think the Giants were without some of their big stars and went down to Geelong. I think it was a cold night, and they walked away with a win. So look, I think all of the boys within the club, they really look forward to this Geelong game. We actually played pretty well down there. So yeah, there's been a couple of big injuries and concussions and whatnot, but look, what Adam Kingsley's doing it's a new game plan. It's a different process. When it works, it's been working really well. There hasn't been too many big blowouts, so to speak. But yeah, good opportunity for some of these young boys coming in to show that they can play a system that Adam Kingsley wants to roll out.
Alicia Eva, Ty Connelly, Daniel Garb, me, Brett Sprigg, Declan Byrne on the boundary as well. So as far as tomorrow goes, I mentioned the lead with Matt Clinch and the team from midday Eastern. For most of you, of course, if you're in SA, you'll get local grandstand from 11 o'clock and then the lead from 12, your local time there. Tassie, I think, is similar. And then, of course, you've got the footy tomorrow, St Kilda v Hawthorn at Docklands, the first of those Saturday games. That's for most of us on the network. And then, of course, Naarm and Walyalup. Of course, the traditional place names of Melbourne and Fremantle at the MCG in the game at 2:10. The Cats and the Giants are going to be mentioned at 4:30, the twilight game, if you like, at Kinnear Park. And the Saturday night games are the Gold Coast Suns and the Western Bulldogs in Darwin. Always a nice sort of showpiece event. Speaking of showpiece events during Sir Doug Nicholls round, the Darwin game, Gold Coast v the Bulldogs, and West Coast versus Essendon at Perth Stadium over there. So those are your Saturday games. As I mentioned, the best place to find all the footy is on the ABC Listen app. Just look for either the ABC AFL button or the AFL Extra, and you can find the game you're looking for right across your Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever it happens to be here on Grandstand AFL. 6 points the margin here. It's the Swans who lead the Blues by 6 points. It just seems like the game needs a little something. Yeah. I mean, it needs a winner. It will get a winner at some stage, but can the Carlton side, I guess, find a bit more polish in their finishing, Ty? And that's the key thing if they're going to see this game out and get the win. Yeah, it is. Their efficiency inside their forward 50, it's at 45%, and Sydney at 27%. And Alicia talked about the Carlton defenders being outstanding. It's where Sydney now need opportunity to get some inside 50s, but Carlton look like they're the ones that are going to win it from here, for mine. Second half coming up. Here is Daniel Garb on Grandstand AFL.
The stakes are enormous. Both sides need a win. The Swans lead by a goal. Start of the third quarter. Hickey doing the majority of the ruck work now. The Blues win it out of the middle, though, through Cripps. High ball inside 50. Kerno's underneath it. De Koning's marked it, though. Wasn't paid. Held it onto it for a long time. Umpire must have declared it touched. Lewis Melikins there scrapping away. Cripps with the tackle on Goulden. And we'll have a ball up, 45 out from the Blues attacking goal, but he had a big purchase on that, Tom De Koning.
Ball in the air. Pitnet tries to trap it. Walsh bursts by. Hand pass straight to Hickey. Now off the half back line, Papley for the Swans. Little too deep it was for Hayward. He was tangled up with McGovern. Going to leave a path out there as well for Newman running by. It was a free kick for that illegal Shepherd. So it will go the way of Hayward, a free kick from just forward of halfway. Hayward off the step. Look at that big boot of his. Up it goes inside 50. McLean wasn't paid to grab. Wicks off to Warner. He can snap on the left. Chad Warner. What a way for the Swans to kick the first goal of the second half. In his 50th game, Chad Warner joins the list of goal scorers, and the Swans are out by 12 points. 7-2-44, Carlton 4-8-32, early stages third term Grandstand AFL.
He just kicked that contest. Looked like Hayden McLean was going to actually mark it itself. It was a late spoil on it, and tell you what, he'd want to kick it because he had a couple of players outside him on his left, but he decided to go himself on his left, and that's the type of player that he is. He's got unbelievable self-belief and confidence in himself and executing the game of football, and nice finish, nice start for Sydney.
Sometimes that's what you want to see, isn't it? When a player's not kicking the ball as well as they usually are, can so easily go into their shell, but he's just whipped that onto his left boot nicely.
And two left footers outside him too, in Hickey and Errol Goulding.
18 disposals for Chad Warner, 4 inside 50s, 2 score involvements and a goal. So he's stepping up on the big stage on Friday night here at the SCG. Swans lead by 12 points. Walsh has it in the middle of the ground, spins away from Parker, kicks straight down the corridor into attack off hands. Lloyd is there, clears the danger momentarily for the Swans. It bounces over the head of Ryan Clark and set up nicely for Sard. The handball to Walsh. His kick is in front of Charlie Curnow, and as a result bouncing over the boundary line.
It's not a centre-bounce clearance to Carlton. I'm not sure of the number itself, but they've had clear dominance for most of the night. And if it continues, you think when the team and the defenders get fatigued, the Carlton are going to get on top. Certainly gives them front half pressure, front half footy.
Martin's not gone beyond a couple of goals either way. So a tight game anyway, low scoring to boot. And he tries to work it clear. Cottrell, Feld, Clark. Loose ball gathered by Sard. High ball inside 50 here for Carlton. Francis didn't get a clean possession on that one. McInerney can work it around the corner here for Papley. Still inside defensive 50 here for the Swans. So Papley playing defensive half. Either side of the half-time break. Coming up to the wing. McLean. Second effort at ground level. He was wrapped up down there by Kemp. And now cleared away by Hayward towards the contest. Franklin works underneath it. Now it's going to bounce out of bounds for a throw-in between the wing and half-forward at the Swans attacking area to the Randwick end. Something to the SCG. They who lead by 12 points.
Well, Paddy Cripps up to 2 clearances already this quarter, so he's certainly got out of the blocks after half-time.
Boundary throw-in, right half-forward for the Swans. Parker tries to get free of Cripps. He's caught holding the ball. Excellent work from the Carlton skipper, the reigning Brownlow medalist, to catch Luke Parker in his 100th game as Swans co-captain. Holding the ball at half-back. He's kicked to Doherty. Kick from Cripps, barely went 15. That's a precise kick from Doherty to find Matthew Kennedy in the middle of the SCG. Plays on now, has De Koning on a lead. Finds him. De Koning should have been a bit stronger in that marking contest. Had it spoiled away from him. Clark with a handball back to Lloyd. To the outer wing, looking for Hayden McLean. It's a 2-on-1 situation. McLean does very well to win the football, but then his handball was picked off by a Blue, and they have it with Owies. Handball inside to Cottrell. Quick kick away from Clark, and now bouncing inside 50 for the Blues. Fox is tackled. Spills to Doherty. Handball over the top to Walsh. He'll have a shot on goal from 40 out on the angle, and he'll kick it. Excellent from Sam Walsh, the Blues superstar, to peg the margin back to 6 points. Carlton with their 5th of the night.
He is a superstar. Nice finish, isn't it? Under pressure on his wrong side for a right footer, and nice and clean. He was very confident the minute he left his boot that it was going through, but nice pressure again from Carlton. As you said, the game hasn't gone past 12 points really, and Carlton are back in it with 6 points between them.
He's leading the way for Carlton at the moment with 19 disposals, 6 contested, 4 score involvements as well. That's my favourite stat. And now he's got involved in a big way by kicking his own goal. So,
and it's off the back of the captain, and Cripper has been awesome since the start of the second half.
Will it be the Cripps or the Bloods tonight, Tig? That's the question. Swans by 6. Near perfect bounce. Hitting that. Brings it down only as far as Heaney. Swans win the clearance. He goes inside 50. 2-on-2. Kemp. Hit McLean to it. Wiedering though on the loose ball. Got the slam boots of ball. Rowbottom was wrapped up. Brought to ground down there by Matt Kennedy. And we work out okay as Campbell squeezed the kick back into the corridor. And Cunningham dives to mark it. 40 out directly in front. So not conventional pathways to goal by any means for either team. But here's Cunningham with a set shot directly in front.
It was a nice clean entrance, at least from the centre bounce for Sydney to get him go forward from Isaac Heaney, but contest from McLean, and thought Braden Campbell was going to kick off his left foot and have a snap from 30 odd. Decided to look at a better option in Cunningham. Hasn't kicked many, has he, Laurie?
A couple of goals this year. Yep. 2 goals, 1. There he is on the approach from 45. Misses to the left-hand side for a minor score. 7-3-45, plays 5-8-38. Sorry.
I went on a deep dive at half-time around disposal efficiency, and up until that behind, Harry Cunningham was going at 100%, Ty.
That's Chad Warner up. Sorry, put you in the spot.
7-minute mark of the third quarter, and Adam Sard goes straight down the middle of the SCG, and that's dangerous when you turn it over, which they have done. The quick kick from Goulden, though, is picked off by Wiedering. Plays on and finds Akers at a right half back. He gets away from Franklin and drives it up to half forward. Curnow out in front of Francis, got the leap and was infringed upon by Francis. In fact, it's a free kick to Sydney. So everyone set up thinking it was a free kick to Charlie Curnow, but it's actually gone to Luke Parker in that marking contest. And now the Swans have the chance to find some open space. Blakey has it on the wing, goes short. It's a half volley picked up by Franklin. Handball back to Blakey. Now to half forward where they find Braden Campbell, who's moved into attack. Long ball from Campbell from 60 metres. He has a roost on him. It's through for a behind though. The Sydney Swans lead is stretched out to 8 points. They are 7-4-46. The Blues 5-8-38.
Well, Alicia, while you're looking at stuff that actually matters, I was looking at some historical facts. With the help of Sir Swamp Thing, I've got confirmation as the Blues work their way up the corridor here. It's marked by Chera. This is the first time that both starting subs have brothers playing for the same team in the same game. Of course, we had Charlie Curnow and Ed Curnow the sub, and now Chad Warner and Corey Warner the sub, who's set to be activated. So there we go. Weird little stat. First time ever. Kennedy was legged there by one of the Swans. Milliken stands the mark. Matt Kennedy here, the former Giant, called a play on from the commentary side of the SCG. Kick inside 50. Tried to find Mackay again. It was a little too deep for him, and now it's just bundled over the boundary line for a throw-in right on the plane of 50. But a bit of demonstration there as well as those players hit the deck. Hayward and Cunningham and Mackay were tangled up, and then there was a bit of push and shove coming from teammates of either side. But umpire splits them. We'll throw it back in here with the Swans keeping an 8-point lead. 9 gone, third term.
Swans have lost 3 in a row at the SCG. They desperately want to snap that streak, but the Blues need to win badly as well. Sydney with the 8-point advantage. It is tough in the clinches. Florent well tackled, as is Hollands by Lachlan McAndrew, who hasn't seen much game time since the first quarter. Just the one disposal to his name in his second game of football. On his 23rd birthday, Lachlan McAndrew. As Parker gets the clearance, doesn't go as far as he would have liked, and is picked off by Sam Walsh. Handball inboard to Kennedy. His kick is scrappy on the left, bounces and sits up beautifully for Motlop though. Has support in the way of Ollie Hollands. He goes back further to Sard. Now the Blues go into attack. Curnow's out in a long lead. Went over his head. Sam Wicks is back there supporting for the Swans. Handball backwards to Goulden, and he'll kick it out to half-back. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Blues, and the ball will beat them both out and over the boundary line under the Bill O'Reilly stand. The Swans lead by 8 points down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Corey Durden's been in the hands of the doctors for a good 6 or 7 minutes, getting lots of tests done on his right leg, so I'll keep an eye on that.
Thanks, Declan. Back in it comes on the outer side. McAndrew and De Koning. Hand pass here from Chera, or a clearing kick from Akers. Inside 50 it goes, and a strong grab taken by Charlie Curnow. Good body work down there on Francis. And the Coleman leader can go back and take his kick from 45 out in a 45-degree angle.
Better separation from himself from Mackay. That last entrance just before that, they were on top of each other, Mackay, which allowed the spy from Sydney. Again, all you want this block to have is genuine 1v1 contest, and he's going to win majority of them.
Charlie Curnow on the approach from just inside 50. Does he finally have one here? He does. And he just shows his fist to the crowd to really rev them up. He revs up the Carlton fans. He tried to silence the Sydney fans in front of the scoreboard. But it's a very important goal for the Blues, who closed the gap to 2 points. It's the Swans 7-4-46. Carlton 6-8-44. Charlie Curnow 1 goal, 2 behinds tonight, but he's starting to get a feel for things, Tig. Need more finishing here, Carlton, and they'll be okay on the run home, but the Swans have to stay with them. 12 gone, third turn here on Grandstand AFL.
So you keep calling for it and asking for the separation piece, because that's where they're going to get their goals from. Carlton, that is, and because Mackay hasn't looked like it at all. You know, you just want that separation piece between the two of them. God, he's a great player to come watch live.
4 marks inside 50 he's had. And I think maybe 4 of them have been contested as well. He's forward craft. Uses his body, uses his footwork really well, gets separation, protects the drop zone.
It's a pleasure to watch the key forward playing in the manner that Charlie Curnow is at the moment. But the Swans win it in the middle of the ground through Papley. Long ball inside 50, sits up for Ryan Clark. His snap-on goal, though, is missed to the near side, through for a behind. So the Swans lead is 3 points, 7-5-47. Carlton 6-8-44. Curnow 14 disposals, 11 contested possessions, 8 marks, 4 of those inside 50. He is putting on a show, but he needs some support from his hombre down there in Harry Mackay.
Swans by 3. McGovern kicks out here for Carlton. Oh, it's a little wedge high in the air it goes beyond offensive 50. Charlie Curnow's up early. Can't bring it down though. Heaney does. Hand pass to Papley. He can kick up and under as well. Goes Out towards the paint of 50. Picked off by McGovern. Train of hand pass here for the Blues with Wiedering, and now he kicks beyond defensive 50 to Motlop, who's in position and marks at right half back.
Motlop, 2 goals for the game. Looks for a target short and Hollins, but Goulden is watching that very closely. Trapped Hollins all the way and spoiled it over the boundary line. Left half forward for Sydney. They lead by 3 points in a must-win game for both sides here at the SCG under the Friday night lights. Boundary throw in. McAndrew and De Koning. Palm down by McAndrew to Rowbottom. He's well tackled by Cripps, who now has 5 tackles, 5 clearances, 16 disposals. The Brownlow medalist starting to have an influence.
Goes McAndrew. Tapped it down here. In fact, he gave away a free kick on Tom De Koning. So it's a free kick for the Blues at right half back. Tom De Koning back in the side tonight. One of their 2 changes. Toward the outer side. Getting across to mark is Robbie Fox. Intercepted again here, so turnovers galore in this game. Skill level has been lacking on both fronts, both sides. Lloyd, inside defensive 50, now goes out to find Patley on the wing. Intercepted by Akers. Hand pass off Facade. Puts the Blues back inside forward 50 now. Mackay in best position. He's trying to fight his way through. The ball found his chest, and he'll take his kick from 35 out directly in front.
Didn't look like he was expecting it, did he?
No, I think he was sort of pinballing his way through a couple of Swans defenders, and the ball just happened to arrive to him in the right place at the right time.
Being the drop punt, it seems, Mackay.
Yeah.
Sometimes snaps it from straight in front.
Watched the game last week. All these set shots that he had were drop punts. Clearly they're working on it.
Left foot up. Oh no, he's pushed this well across to the right. As I say, it's been the hallmark of his year, unfortunately, so far, Tigers. So he's missed that one well and truly. It's a minor score. Carlton 6-9-45. They trail Sydney, who is 7-5-47. Margin is 2 points. 15 goal in third term. Visible frustration on the face of Harry Mackay as he took the mouth guard out of his mouth.
You've got to stick with it. You got to stick with it. It's the drop punts the way to go. It's consistently the one. He's got to keep sticking with it, and it'll come for him. But that little man on his shoulders, they're talking to him, which is. It's not a great position to be as a footballer. You almost feel sorry for players like that.
He's now got more behinds than goals for the season. 14-15 for the campaign. Swans lead by 2 points. Bluesmen are back on the wing. Lloyd, though, with another disposal. Has it at half back for Sydney, and that's an accurate kick to find Will Hayward. At right half forward. Just forward of the wing. Lloyd up to 20 touches. Swans have flooded back, so Hayward goes inboard with a precise kick. And the umpire says that was touch, and as a result, Florent is held up well by Charlie Curnow. And that means we'll have a ball up on the wing, which suits Carlton just fine.
Up it goes, Pitnet, and Rowbottom though for the Swans. Got to squeeze a kick away. Ball in dispute on the wing. Motlop gets there. Handball under pressure from Lloyd. It goes out of bounds for a throw-in. Ricocheted away off that tackle from Lloyd. I'll throw it back in between wing and half forward in Carlton's attacking half. Some of your texts later on as well. 0437 774 774. Let us know your name, where you're texting from. Swans by 2 points here. Still in dispute now as the hand pass comes loose from Chera to Akers. Now a high ball inside 50. Mackay goes up, couldn't pull it down. Lloyd does so for the Swans. Errant handball picked off by Motlop. Goulden in the back of him. And the umpire will ball it up in the left forward pocket for Carlton at the Paddington end.
Now the strong tackle from Errol Goulden. Feature of his game. Nice tap from Ed Curnow, the sub, to Sam Walsh, but he's tracked closely by Chad Warner. Two of the superstar midfields of the competition going head-to-head. Walsh on 20 disposals, Warner on 18. Both have kicked a goal. Ball up in the left forward pocket for the Blues. Now Warner gets it. Under pressure with the outside of his right. He can try and clear danger. Cottrell does well to make a contest. Handball to Doherty on the snap. His effort on goal is through for a behind, ill-directed. So Swans now lead by 1 point. Now 7-5-47. The Blues wasteful in front of goal, 6-10-46.
I reckon it was touched by Harry Cunningham with his fantastic smother and the effort to get across and block that, because it looked like it was a certain goal from Torrey.
Lloyd drives it beyond defensive 50, out of a pack on the wing. McGovern's second bite, tries to pull it down. Wasn't a clean mark, so play on. Kennedy, handball here to Hollins. Gets it back to Kemp. Pressure comes here from Fox. Great work from the Tasmanian. Socked forward though by the Blues inside 50, and Walsh was dumped by Parker. Loose ball rebounded away here by Cunningham. But the umpire will bring them back here for a free kick, and it will be, in fact, I think, that tackle on Walsh from Parker.
Can't get it out, Sydney, can they? Dominated.
He brings Walsh down here quite heavily, and his head does hit the turf. He takes his kick though, Sam Walsh. High ball towards the hot spot, top of the square. At the drop, Milliken in defence, and now Lloyd can clear here for the Swans. Back from whence it came, and a strong grab taken by McLean at left half back.
Need to relax and get some numbers forward of the ball, Sydney.
1 point game, Sydney's lead.
Badly needed mark.
He's giving them something, Hayden McLean. That was an important grab, providing a contest at centre half forward. Needs to step up. With McDonald that injured, Joel Amadi as well. Up to McLean it goes again. Worked under the football by Brodie Kemp. Well done by McGovern to keep that in play. It's set up nicely for Kemp. And now Hollins kicks it into the right forward pocket for the Blues. And it's marked by Mackay.
Is he going to snap this one?
Starting to build some confidence now. Harry Mackay kept front position, took the grab. But this is where the problems start, the goal kicking.
Yes, he wants to snap it.
Yeah, he does.
He's looking to snap it. Every bone in his body's telling him snap it.
Well, he's in the right pocket because all the supporters over there look mostly wearing navy blue. So
the snap suits the left footer, but he is 40 metres out, and he's pulled it again. Harry Mackay, well, the yips continue. Zip 3 for the night, 14-16 for the season, and the confidence has gone in front of goal. But the scores are level here. 47 apiece at the SCG in the third term.
Very hard to do from that far off. You know, you prefer him to do the drop punt, and clearly he wants to snap it, but very hard to execute that ball. You could hit it sweet. Gordon kicks for the wing, western side. Knocked away here by Boyd of the Blues, and now Haywood plays a tackle. The umpire balled up. It was Kemp underneath all of that. So 17 scoring shots to 12, but that's the story for Carlton. They've been more inaccurate. 6-11 plays 7-5. The scores are level. Hickey and Pitnet get tangled up. Rowbottom goes in hard here for the Swans. Well, balled up again.
Rowbottom up to 8 tackles. He's 5th in the competition for tackles, and he continues to produce high numbers in that stat.
Up it goes. Pitnet trying to find Cripps. And he and Parker bring each other down. It's going to be a free kick going someone's way, Parker's way. What battles they've had over the years. Luke Parker. His 100th game as captain, by the way. His 99th consecutive. Bye coming up next week. Heaney floats across and takes a pack grab just forward of the wing at right half forward. They're stringed forward in red and white jumpers. Heaney's kick comes inboard now for Lloyd. Got to break this deadlock at 47 apiece. Time on third term.
A lot of congestion ahead of the ball for him.
Two-time best and fairest winner Lloyd goes up to the hot spot now. A little too deep for Hickey. Kennedy's hand pass here to Hollins. Wanted by Robin, who kicks it back towards the goal square here. It bounced on target, not quite. To the left-hand side, minus score. Swans go ahead by 1 only. 21 gone third term, 7-6 plays 6-11. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Corey Durden, who's having a lot of work done, has his right knee taped, heavily strapped. He's back out there. Looks like it's hard to run in it, but they're giving it a go. Obviously, they've already made their sub.
21 and a half minutes gone in the third quarter. The Swans lead by a point. It may not be the prettiest game of football you've ever seen, but it's set up for a thriller. As Doherty drives it up the wing, Charlie Curnow wins front position yet again. Couldn't mark it. Parker does the roving at the front of the pack. It's it back to Lloyd. Possession number 26 for Jake Lloyd. Kicks up to half forward. Big leap down there by Mitch McGovern. Swans win it back though in a dangerous position. Hickey to Warner. Spots up a free man in McInerney. And he chipped it into the pocket and hits up Papley. Good work by the Swans. Papley will kick from 35 out on a 45-degree angle left half forward.
Well, I know I've talked up... I might let you call this actually. Papley looks like he might snap it.
He wants to play on quickly, Tom Papley. Looking for his first goal of the night. And he's got it. Didn't kick a goal last week. That's a rarity for Tom Papley. He's corrected that in the third quarter here at the SCG to put the Swans out to a 7-point lead. They are 8-6-54, Carlton 6-11-47.
Now, prior to that inside 50, there was a long down the line kick, and McGovern, I've sung his praises all night. I love what he does. I love his intercept work, but he was jumping maybe third man in from behind, close to the boundary. Probably needed to punch that one over. Tried to go for the mark. The ball spilled to the front. Swans had the numbers, changed lanes, hit up Papley inside 50. I think sometimes you want your backs intercepting when they're in best position, but when you're close to the boundary like that, sometimes you just need to punch it into the fifth row.
Swans by 7 points. 23 gone, quarter number 3. You're nervous, Carlton fans. In a battle of 4 straight losses and 6 of 7. Long way to go yet, though. Heaney, blanket there on Chera. The umpire balled up. And up it goes to Koning. Hands it down here, trying to find Cottrell. Heaney was first pair of hands, though, and back of him it will be a free kick given away by Cripps. Been all right tonight, Heaney. Yeah, spoke about his troubles this year and hasn't been in the best of form. Loads up inside 50 here for the Swans. A couple of players got in each other's way. It was Wiedering and McGovern down there. Doherty can rebound. Back out to the wing here. On foot. Heaney again tangled up at ground level. And the umpire will ball it up. Underneath all that again, it's Heaney and Cripps.
Yeah, he's going to walk now, isn't he, Isaac? You can clearly see he's up and about with his energy, his talk, his movement. He's playing good quarter football. Cripps had a hold of the game early in the third, and Isaac's gone to him.
8 tackles for Heaney. So as he strives to rediscover his best form, working on the defensive side of his game. High tackle from Hickey on Pitnet. So a free kick to the Blues on the wing. Up to half forward. Good contest from Mackay. Cunningham wins it back for the Swans. Up to the wing it goes. Kemp and McLean. Good grab, McLean. Clean hands from Hayden. Over the top of Brody Kemp. Handball to Goulden. And now Hickey gives him a target but drops an absolute soda in the outfield here at the SCG. Had to take that one, Hickey, as the Swans were spreading forward. Dropped an easy one. Over the boundary line it went. Right half forward. The umpire will throw it back in. Swans leading by 7 points. 25 minutes gone in the third quarter.
Umpire heaves it back in. Knocked away by Pitnet. Doherty scoops it off the deck by hand here. Cripps and Pitnet. Now Chera's handball picked off by Warner. Chad Warner on the outside of the boot here from 50. It's got some distance. It's not quite there. Missing to the right-hand side from the Chad. And it's just the minor score. Swans by 8 points. 8-7-55, plays 6-11-47.
Spoken about the brilliance of watching the key forward at the top of his game. Warner and Walsh going head-to-head at the moment. Isn't that enjoyable to watch? Saad has it at centre half-back. Kicks to half forward. Good contest from Mackay and rode well by Durden. On his left, looks for the lead of De Koning in the left forward pocket for the Blues. Clean bowled him. Picked up by Fox. Has supporting Cunningham at right half back. Has a man free on the wing. Wicks let it bounce in front of him but collected it well. Snapped it to half forward. Hayward's there. Doing well though is McGovern to mark in that contest. Now finds Walsh in the middle of the SCG. We'll just switch it across half back. Possession number 22 for Walsh to Kennedy. Up to half forward and finds Curnow. A long way from home. And marking in front of Robbie Fox. That's Charlie Curnow, of course.
Charlie Curnow sends his kick inside forward 50. And Blakey gets up in front, takes the intercept mark here for the Swans at left full back.
He needs to kick it to himself, Charlie.
Little chip and chase.
Yeah, that's right.
9 marks for Charlie Curnow now.
Oh, this is a dicey kick from Blakey beyond defensive 50, and it might have just been kept alive but not controlled by Warner, so it's going to be a boundary throw-in front of the Daly Messenger stand. 8-7 plays 6-11. That's been Carlton's story so far tonight. Inaccuracy. They made their sub. George Hewitt was concussed in a friendly fire with Nick Newman. Here goes Owies. Handball off here towards Pitnet. Owies can try again. He was legged by Hickey. The umpire's spotted here. It's just going to be a ball up on the point of the square. 60 out from goal here for Carlton at the Paddington end.
Time ticking down to three-quarter time. Hickey had his kick smothered by Hollins, and then Hollins had his legs taken out. Cripps standing tall in a tackle. Handballs to half forward. Heaney tracking it back though. Wins it for the Swans to Warner, who's been excellent. Drives it up the wing, and it's marked by McAndrew. The youngster in his second game on his birthday. An important grab. Handball to Parker. He's kicked to centre half forward for Rowbottom. Doherty's under it. Controls it down to Hollins. Has support in the form of Boyd and now Wiedering. Wiedering up to the wing. Underneath it is Charlie Curnow. Well done by Hickey to get across and spoil it from him. Parker's there, as is the big ruckman in Hickey. Walsh tries to get hands on the football. And now the Blues do. They squeeze it to half forward. Lloyd is there. Handball over his shoulder finds Cunningham.
Cunningham's kick for distance up the outer side. Hickey stands strong, but Pitnet makes the spoil, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in through centre wing in front of the O'Reilly stand on the eastern side of the Sydney Cricket Ground, which has the Swans here in control, or only just by 8 points. 8-7 play 6-11.
Again, some of the decision-making by foot from both sets of teams the last few minutes. The turnovers have been huge in this game. We'll be up 100 turnovers, I'm sure.
Both of these teams need to win this game.
Yeah.
Who wants it more?
Yeah, that's
Who
right.
wants it at all?
It's got that feeling that no team wants to win it.
Tom Hickey's head just slammed into the ground then with that tackle.
Yeah, that's not a good sign given as well. Just seeing, Chera, a bit of whiplash, and then the impact there on the turf, which he actually went to sort of brace and grab his head shortly after. So well spotted there, Alicia Eva, as we get it back underway. This time Chera slips the tackle, hand pass to Cottrell. High ball inside 50 here. Back with the flight, Mackay. Background level as well. Handball for Charlie Curnow. Hurried snap here from the top of the square. Misses to the right-hand side. Again, the Blues couldn't capitalise on the opportunity as we approach the half-hour mark of the third quarter. And it's just a 7-point game the Swans' way. But Tom Hickey with the recent concussion concerns as well, having only just come back in a few weeks ago.
Oh, big lead by Warner. Rowbottom's there. Curnow and Mackay now 1-6 between them. Warner gets it back, and then with a clever kick with the outside of his right boot finds Will Hayward. Great peripheral vision from Warner. One-on-ones inside 50 for Sydney. Well done by Saad to control it. Wicks though doing the roving. Quick kick. Will it bounce through it? Won't. Across the face. Through for a behind as Wicks looked for his third goal of the night. We get close to the three-quarter time siren. The Swans leading by 8 points. They are 8-8-56. Accuracy helping them. The Blues 6-12. 48.
And they're not helping themselves, the Blues. Again, another entry where the two key forwards were on top of each other. It's frustrating to watch this, what's happening with that forward line.
Adam Saad on the three-quarter time siren kicks out from goal, and that will be it. So the home side leads here by 8 points at 8:56 to 6-12-48. The goal kickers so far, firstly for the Swans, it's 2 each for Wicks and McLean. Singles to Warner, Patley, McInerney and Goulden. Meanwhile, for Carlton, a couple to Jesse Motlop and singles to Charlie Curnow, who's 1 goal 3. Cottrell to Koning and Walsh also on the board. Harry Mackay is no goals 3 to the final change. The Swans by 8 points here at three-quarter time on ABC Radio, News Radio and via the ABC Listen app. You're listening to Grandstand AFL.
Come in, come in. You desire diversion and entertainment. In the future, I see you entertaining yourself with podcasts on the ABC Listen app, going deep into conversations, delving into stories on days like these, and cackling away to Roy and HG. That is all. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as laughter. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Haywood off a step. That big boot of his. Up it goes. Inside 50. McLean wasn't paid to grab. Wicks off to Warner. He can snap on the left-hand Warner. What a way for the Swans to kick the first goal of the second half.
In his 50th game, Chad Warner joins the list of goal scorers.
Bouncing inside 50 for the Blues. Fox's tackle. Spills to Doherty. Handball over the top to Walsh. He'll have a shot on goal from 40 out on the angle. And he'll kick it. Excellent from Sam Walsh, the Blues superstar.
Akers inside 50 it goes, and a strong grab taken by Charlie Curnow. Good body work down there on Francis. Charlie Curnow on the approach from just inside 50. Does he finally have one here? He does. And it just shows his fist to the crowd to really ramp them up.
Warner spots up a free man in McInerney, and he chips it into the pocket and hits up Papley. Good work by the Swans. Papley will kick from 35 out on the 45-degree angle left half forward. Looking for his first goal of the night. And he's got it. Didn't kick a goal last week. That's a rarity for Tom Papley. He's corrected that.
The 2023 Sir Doug Nicholls Round.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Well, like footy at the SCG. Three-quarter time, the Sydney Swans 88-56, Carlton 6-12-48. Here with Brett Sprigg alongside Daniel Gard and Declan Byrne on the boundary. Our experts will get to them shortly. Your SMS correspondence is always welcome, 0437 774 774. As an example of a promotional endorsement of our great game, this will go down as one of the all-time classics. Even a crack CSI unit wouldn't be able to find a shred of evidence to save this to the archives, as Daryl Kerrigan would say, straight to the compost pile, says Brett and Ballarat.
That's outstanding.
It's at least a close game. We'll give it that. But yes, Marcus in South Melbourne says O'Sheen Mullen was always going to Geelong, being a country boy from Mayo Tig. Fair call. Oh, country, Geelong?
Yep.
Mayo, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. I wonder how Carlton's skills coach... I read Brett's thing earlier. Right, just citing every second email we get now for actually speaking to someone in the customer service. Yeah, okay, thanks, Brett. Blues forwards overrated, and otherwise Blues lack forward pressure, says Bill. Carlton yet again making Imperial Stormtroopers look like good shots on target. When was the last time Carlton kicked more goals than behinds in a game? Asked Robin Montmorency. I had one as well here. Someone said, Billy says, I'm a relative of Gary Rowan, and he said the Irish fella at Geelong may even be quicker than him. They're discussing O'Sheen Mullen, who makes his debut against the Giants tomorrow at New Park. In the meantime, your experts here at the SCG are Ty Kennelly and Alicia Eva.
I'd hate to be a Carlton supporter or the Carlton coach. Like, their ability by foot is, I'm talking bottom rate, as bad as I've seen from an AFL club. And it's either Charlie Curnow or that's it. And that's with ball in hand or mark in his area. Swans defenders are taking aggressive positioning, and Carlton are just kicking it back to them. And their ability to not use the ball, Carlton, has just been... It really is bottom rate. And I don't have a whole lot of hair, but if I was, I'd be pulling my hair out if I was a Carlton supporter, because it really is shocking to watch what they're doing by foot with their ball. With the ball, you know, so it's clearly allowing Sydney to be in the game, and Sydney are taking their opportunities, but it's very, very poor quarter of football.
Yes, so I mean, we're all really hopeful at the end of the first quarter. It was a bit of a goal fest there early on, but it's just, look, the ball's just been turned over in between the arcs by both sides, but Carlton have had more opportunities, they're just not taking them. What we've spoken about a few times, if we want to find some positives, at least their keys are taking marks inside 50 when they're in a one-on-one situation. When they're isolated one-on-one, they're taking those marks. So they're giving themselves opportunities to hit the scoreboard when they're doing that. So between the arcs, the Carlton need to look at switching the footy, opening up the fat side of the ground and creating some leading lanes so they're getting better looks on goal. They need to do something because I think you're right, just the skill level, just the trends of the game the last two quarters, it's just feeding into Sydney's hands.
Quick update from downstairs, Declan Byrne.
Yeah, so Tom Hickey, who did miss last week with some delayed concussion, got slammed into the turf at the end of that quarter. They had a look at the vision. The physios went out and chatted to him at three-quarter time, but he's out there starting in ruck, so should be good to go for last quarter.
May not be the best game of football, but some excellent individual displays. So Charlie Curnow, 16 disposals, 11 contested, 9 marks. just can't convert the 1-goal 3. Sam Walsh, 22 possessions, 7 inside 50s. Chad Warner having a big game with 23 touches, 5 score involvements and a goal. Jake Lloyd had 16 disposals in that third quarter for 28 all up. 3 inside 50s. He leads all possession getters. But the Swans lead by 8 points in a must-win game for both sides. Here's Brett Sprigg on Grandstand AFL.
Final term underway. Hickey wins it down. Off the deck here, Ed Kerno, the sub. Going to make use of it now. Also in there was Pitt at a second time. Now Motlop with the outside of the boot. Hose a high ball inside 50 here for the Blues. Up goes Francis in defence. Sticking up at the ball. In fact, he's paid the mark. He's paid. So had enough of it in the end, and he'll take his kick here from fullback for the Sydney Swans, who lead by 8 points at this stage's final term.
Aaron Francis, an important defensive mark, started the last quarter. Kicks out to left half back. Picked up by Heaney. Handball inside to Clark, and now Warner. Possession number 24 for him. To half forward, well done by Papley. To work Sard under the football. Take the mark and now play on. And show composure to hit up Ryan Clark, who snaps from 30 out. But he has missed the target. It's across the face. Scrapping away down there is Will Hayward, but Papley chose to spot up a teammate instead of having a shot at goal, and maybe that wasn't the best option.
I reckon if he had another look at who he's kicking to, he probably would have had the shot from 50, right, perhaps that is. But again, more poor ball use from both sets.
And Declan shortly. Back in it comes. Hickey lays it down to McInerney here for the Swans. Doherty tries to break the Clark tackle, and the umpire will ball it up again. Down to you, Declan, on the boundary.
Yeah, some interesting scenes on the Carlton bench. Matt Kennedy's got a jacket on. Hollands has got a jacket on. Nick Newman does as well. They all were sort of being consoled by the physio, so keep a look at that.
They all just cold or something?
Potentially, yeah. It is freezing.
Hickey brought the ground here as well. Holding the ball was the call, so it's going to be the tackle of Sam Doherty rewarded. What he had last year, former skipper, played every game coming off the back of cancer and chemotherapy and all those things to put his body through. Just extraordinary. Here he is again. A long kick down the corridor here for Carlton. It was through the fingertips of De Koning, who gave a shove as well on Francis. So, free kick, advantage paid here as he got a hand pass off to Blakey. And Blakey can send his kick on the angle to Hayward, who marks it left half back.
The Swans lead by 8 points. Injury troubles for the Blues. Have already lost George Hewitt through concussion, subbed out. That's a dangerous kick from Hayward, but he manages to find Blakey in the middle of the SCG. So perhaps a big subplot in this last quarter. Carlton undermanned. The Swans are undersized in defence. At the moment, Carlton haven't made them pay. There's Robbie Fox on the wing. Kicks into the right. Forward pocket, bounces through a few hands, sits up nicely for Franken, dribbles one at goal, but misses near side through for a behind buddy. Still looking for his first goal of the night, Lance Franklin, to move clear of Doug Wade. They are level, both of them, at 1,057 goals, fourth all time at the moment. Swans lead by 9 points.
Sard, short kick out to McGovern, and now he goes up the pipe now for Doherty. Slow, considered approach out of defence here for the Blues. Doherty now has a bounce, gets into some space. Works it up the line again for Walsh. Sam Walsh with his 23rd disposal coming up. Short pass to Doherty. Back to Walsh. Here he goes again. Short kick to find Durden. It was clobbered late by Melican. As a result, wins the free kick. Or the ball anyway. Durden to De Koning. 65 from goal. So they have done okay here, the Blues, to be about one clean entry away. And they finish off here. De Koning.
Great.
It's high toward the teeth of goal. Charlie Curnow is out and under down there as well. Warner collected by Ed Curnow, and the umpire will ball up 35 out from Carlton's goal.
He was just pointing there, Charlie Curnow, in a sneaky fashion, telling De Koning where he wanted it. De Koning obliged. Hitting it with a quick kick on goal. It's through for a behind. So the margin is 8 points in favour of Sydney. They are 8-9-57. Carlton 6-13-49.
Well, they come beyond defensive 50. Another contest. Sard and Hayward. Loose ball gathered by Cunningham. Support comes from Robbie Fox. Cottrell for Carlton in there as well. They pile in from all angles, and the umpire will ball it up. So 70 from goal at the attacking end for Carlton. Sydney, who leads here by just 8 points. Who wants this game? 4.5 gone, final term. It's desperate stuff for both sides to keep their season alive. Here's Cottrell. Tumbles a high ball inside of 50. Blakey, second bite, controls the intercept grab, and he'll take it in the right back pocket.
He's been really good in defence, Nick Blakey, hasn't he?
He has.
So important, considering the outs of Paddy and Tom McCartan and Dane Rampy. He's the third key defender down there now. And he's having an impact. He's kick up the wing. Nice contest from McLean, but one back by the Blues. A kick into the forward pocket. Cunningham gets across and spoils in front of Mackay. Excellent tackle from Charlie Curnow on Blakey. Rode him into the ground in the left forward pocket. We'll have a ball up. Update on the boundary from Declan Byrne.
Just on jacket watch, confirmation Nick Newman is out of the game, so they're at least down to 3, and as well Ollie Holland's shoulder doesn't look good, so potentially 2 on the bench for Carlton.
I think you're right, Declan. Yeah. Put a line through both of those players, as well as really a sub being made with George Hewitt, first quarter concussion. And Isaac Heaney is brought over the boundary line here.
You wake me up when there's 5 minutes to go.
I just can't believe what we're witnessing. The first quarter was just so fierce and fast, frenetic, all the, exciting F words.
We probably shouldn't be surprised. It's 11th v 12th in the ladder. It's probably where the both teams are at as far as their season's concerned.
Walsh from the stoppage here for the Blues. Pulls his kick into the corridor. Motlop lurking. Haywood tackled without the ball by De Koning, and he'll win the free kick accordingly. It was taken around the chops anyway. So Haywood will have it between fullback and centre half back. We've seen a total of 14 goals in this game. Plenty of behinds. Sydney have a chance to ice it. Carlton look down and out. They've lost a few players, as Declan Byrne mentioned. So the home side have left here to put this game beyond Carlton's reach. McInerney here off the outer wing, or off the flank toward the wing. Hickey, little 1-2. Back to the wingman McInerney. Little balk here around Doherty. And now his kick is not a neat one, of course. What would it be? Been marked by Kemp at left half back for Carlton.
Can the Blues get going? Saad gets around McInerney. Quick kick up to Cottrell. Drives it up to half forward in Charlie Curnow's direction, but Blakey getting in front of him again, taking a strong mark. He's been impressive, Nick Blakey.
I haven't paid it.
Well, they haven't paid it. Curnow spoiled it away from Blakey in the end, according to the umpire. So boundary throw in, 60 out from the big sticks for Carlton.
Been really impressed with Nick Blakey because we've mentioned he's playing as a key back role, but he's also provided so much run and dash through the middle of the ground for Sydney.
Swans lead by 8 points in the last quarter. Cottrell, and now Cripps gives the don't argue to Goulden. His kick is scrappy, but marked by Charlie Curnow on his chest. Plays on quickly. From 55, he drives it at goal. Dropping back, though, is Melican. He would have gone through for a behind. Melican stopped it from doing so. Takes the mark and plays on now to Cunningham, and the Swans have some space.
Hand pass off here towards Goulden. Rebound just kicked beyond defensive 50. Patley put the knee into the back of Boyd. Boyd wins the football here and finds Charlie Curnow, middle of the SCG. Carlton can surge forward again. 8 gone, final term. It's the Swans who lead by 8 points.
Keep yourself, Charlie.
Here's the pass inside forward 50. Mackay cut that up like a seal. Dropped it. Blakey works it off the beyond defensive 50, and now back with the flight. It's marked by Haywood.
It stands out so much, the clean players. It's incredible by foot what's happening in this game. The clean players, and Blakey obviously is one of them. His ability there to be composed and efficient by foot, and Kern obviously being the other one for Carlton.
It's with Wicks at left half back for the Swans.
Up to 20 disposals now, Blakey. Wicks looking for Franklin, who's been really quiet and well held by Wiedering. Rowbottom wins it back a left half forward for Sydney. A torpedo quick kick into attack. It bounces away from Boyd and Papley and over the boundary line left forward pocket.
It's a good result for Sydney because Carlton had almost a 4v1 at the drop of that ball, so for it to bounce on a right angle and go over the line is a big win for Sydney.
9 minutes gone in the last quarter. Swans lead by 8 points. Hickey and Pitnet inside attacking 50 for the Swans. Papley roved the pack. His kick though fell the way of Saad. Has a bounce. Now handballs to Cottrell. He doesn't have too many options, so he goes across his own defensive goal and is marked back there by Brodie Kemp.
Kemp in his 9th game overall of his career. Looked around McLean. It's beyond defensive 50. Back of a pack. Just down towards Chera. before Madoka has a bounce. And now some space to move. Skids it up the outer side. Knocked away the other way by Melican. Motlop was run down from behind by McInerney. It's a good chasing tackle. The umpire says holding the ball.
I reckon Mackay was out if he doesn't nail that tackle behind. He came out in the contest. Melican got in front of him and Mackay ducked out the back. A huge tackle.
Still waiting for a goal in this fourth term, by the way. 10 minutes played in it, so McInerney. Short kick to Campbell, a local lad from Pennant Hills. Their academy system. His left peg, high inside forward 50. 2-on-2 at the drop. Parker spun the tackle down there of Kemp. Loose ball tapped on mud. Pat with a roll on it. Just ricochets off Akers. Still alive here in the goal square. It sits up on the bounce and again slapped through by Akers for a rush behind, which extends Sydney's lead, but only by 1 point to 9 points. 8-10 to 6-13. 11 gone final term here on Grandstand AFL.
Carlton need to get some flow into their game. They want to save their season. Michael Voss under enormous pressure. Do not want to drop this one. We'll drive it up to the wing now. Blakey cutting across again, taking another third man up mark. He is starring for the Swans in this last term. Finds Rowbottom now at left half forward. His kick though doesn't favour any of his forwards, and Wittering is able to cut across and mark, and Buddy Franklin looks back at Rowbottom in frustration, asking exactly where that was intended. Wittering plays on, kicks to the wing. Cripps and Fox over the head of that pack. The big ruckman McAndrew tracks the back, keeps it in just in front of the interchange gates. Handball back to Fox and now Lloyd. Possession number 31 coming up for Jake Lloyd, up to half forward. Clark is under it. Spoiled away from him by Akers. Managed to gather the football again there, Akers. Bounces in front of Cripps. Does well to keep his feet. Now Carlton can get going. The quick kick from Pitnet. Guess who's there? Nick Blakey once again. Marks it and runs. That mane of hair bouncing on his shoulders through the middle of the SCG. Kicks it into 50 now for Sydney, but it's turned over. An anti-climax picked off by Wittering, but Nick Blakey is dominating this final term.
What a star.
This just seems almost morbid. Up it goes towards half forward. A little too deep for Cripps, and it bounces the bounce for a throw-in. Because this game, it's still a tight game. It's still anyone's game, and yet we just cannot see. It's just
there's no efficiency at all. There's no connectivity between any of the midfield and forwards in both sets of teams, and it's that frustrating to watch.
You have to keep watching because you have to see the conclusion. You have to keep listening, of course, but there's just nothing happening in the here and now in this school level to keep you engaged. Goulden wrapped up down there by Doherty, and the umpire will ball it up again.
It's almost like the players feel the sense of occasion as far as the importance of the game, and it's wearing them.
We're just running the clock down towards the very end to see what happens in the last couple of minutes. As you said, Tig, earlier. Wake me up when we get there. Walsh, hand pass back at the stoppage here towards Doherty. Needs options. Sends his kick inside 50 here. Who can mark? Mackay from the back reaching. Melican kept his feet there in defence for the Swans. Shares it with Florent. Here's a bounce. Has some space here. Off to Fox. Fox can rebound here for Sydney.
Kicks to Papley, cutting across his side. Well done by Papley to affect the contest. Spills the way of Hayward. Looks for Franklin one-on-one in attack with Wittering. What a contest that's been. Wittering has dominated it, but Franklin gets boost to ball. Can McLean soccer it through? It sits up for Chad Warner. He'll kick one for the Swans. Finally, a goal in the last, and Warner has two. And the Sydney Swans lead is 15 points in a must-win game.
And wasn't it pretty? It's as pretty as the game deserves and what we've just saw. But I'll take back to the intercept. But Lewis Melican's been outstanding of his ability to be in the contest. And again, he's got the ball to the ground. Fox rebounded to Papley with a contest, and Will Hayward and Franklin and Wittering contest all night's been strong. Real clever toe poke from Franklin just to keep the ball alive and get it out in front. And Warner was not going to kick an easier game, but I actually thought he was going to fall over the ball and fumble it, and something would happen with the way the game was going.
It's a game-high lead, 15 points. Yeah. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, confirming the Carlton bench are down to 2, so they're up against it. Nick Newman and Hollands joining Hewitt out of the game.
Yeah, so Newman's a hammy and Hollands, we think, shoulder as well. I think you said Declan. Yeah. Okay. Restart back in the middle. 15 gone, final term. The Swans hang on from here. It's only a 3-goal ball game. but took a long time to get that first one. Socket forward here by Sydney. Parker inside 50, volleys it out of the air. High ball towards the goal square. Haywood gets separation on Kennedy and pumps it through from the square. It's two in quick succession, and the Swans feel just about home.
2 goals off the back of 2 very important toe pokes or sockers off the ground there. Cripps, Declan, you can report on this.
Yeah, Cripps hobbling off, big injury in the centre of the ground, his left leg, he can't put any weight on it, in a lot of pain.
Well, doesn't that sum up Carlton's situation?
Bad to worse for Carlton. They're on the brink of 4 straight losses, 6 in their past 7, and now their skipper Paddy Cripps is limping off the SCG. Seeing a replay as he was sort of tackled by Parker when his leg caught.
Parker's studs over the top of Cripps' ankle, and that twisted it badly.
It might be all right. It's a lateral ligament, isn't it? Looks like it's an outside top. Just hoping the weight of he hasn't snapped anything.
10-10-70 plays 6-13-49. Margin is 21.
Troubles for the Blues and Michael Voss in a very big way. They need a minor miracle from here. Durden, handball to Chera, now Quattrell. Can they get a quick goal back the Blues? Quattrell to a dangerous place. Mackay with the lick. Francis marks in front of him. The 2 number 10s. Harry Mackay. No goals, 3 for the night, and Francis has blanketed him well.
I'd love to know the intercept numbers from Francis. Intercept marking, he's been great playing in front himself and Melican. But again, there's just Curno's positioning. It's Mackay they're kicking to.
Free kick to Akers, kicks to the top of the square. Blakey's back there again. Oh, the Nick Blakey show in the last.
Every inside 50 right now is being intercepted by a Sydney defender, and I think this is probably the 4th for the quarter by Nick Blakey.
And they've got the height, Carlton. That's their advantage, supposedly.
Blakey to a pack, and it's Wittering who imposes in that and takes the mark, just forward of the wing. On the commentary side. When he kicks 6 goals for the game, Carlton, they need 4 goals from here to win. Goes inside forward 50, and it's affected out of bounds for a throw-in. Fox up in front in the contest with Mackay. Paddy Cripps looks a dejected figure on the bench as he's having his left foot taped up. Left foot and ankle. Throw it back in, 40 around from Carlton's goal, round weekend. Hickey and Wittering, Pitnet came up, beg your pardon. On a break through, Akers brought to ground. Parker can clear here. High spiralling ball to the middle of the SCG. Wittering's in the contest with Franklin. Tapped out the back here by Buddy. Only as far as McGovern. Slung the ground though by McLean. Great bare tackle. And it's going to be a ball up.
2 huge touches from Franklin. The toe poke and that little tap backwards allows the ball to be held up to a teammate. It's often underestimated.
Ball up, centre half forward. Worked down by Pitnet. Warner's tackled by Ed Curnow. The Blues have got Melbourne next week on a Friday night. The pressure will ramp up even more. So play on quickly now. They need a quick goal. Handball from Doherty. Akers has lots of space on the wing. Kicks it to a target inside 50 in Mackay. He does well to spoil it to Motlop. He snaps towards goal. Will it bounce fortuitously for Curnow? It won't. Well done by McInerney to watch it all the way back and rush it through for a behind. So the lead is 20 points in favour of the Swans, down to Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Swans have activated their tactical sub, so McAndrew out of the game, Corey Warner about to come on the ground.
There's Florent. Kick out here. Short chip to the pocket for Robbie Fox. Gets in his stride off the flank and he kicks toward the outer side. Mark is taken by Haywood. 18.5 played in the final term. Swans by 20. Haywood comes back in field now for McInerney.
It's a good game as well tonight, Justin. First game, real good game for the year.
Wide he goes to Cunningham. And a mighty Marngrook performance from Sydney in the end, despite just a lacklustre couple of quarters from both sides after a blistering start. Huge win coming up for the Swans as Lloyd loads up inside forward 50. Hickey in the pack, couldn't control the grab. Shakes the Walsh tackle. Chad Warner dispossessed. Wicks tries hard as well. Kept alive in defence. Walsh with a 1-2 hand pass with Doherty. Runs across the defensive goal mouth now. His kick will work out okay for De Koning, who controls it to his chest inside the defensive 50.
Walsh again up to possession number 28 now. And evades him though on the wing. Well done by Francis to win it back to the Swans. And he's got a man all alone in the pocket in Goulden, who wanted to play on that, who'll be called to play on his left. Just across the face, his effort at goal goes. But the Swans are well and truly out now. 21 points the lead, and time is against Carlton in a big way. And you can just feel the clouds gathering again on Michael Voss ahead of a big week in Melbourne.
Well, it goes beyond defensive 50, marked by Pitnet on the outer side. Plays it off to Ed Curnow. Tries a squib kick across the half-back line here for Kemp. And it'll switch back to the western wing. Oh, it's a dicey one here. Intercepted by Buddy Franklin. He's 55 from goal. Up ahead though, he pulls his kick back into the corridor, and it's a well-weighted pass to find Sam Wicks, who in turn goes to the pocket to find McInerney. And he can mark 25 out on a 45-degree angle.
Just a beautiful kick by Buddy Franklin then. Some people would have been calling for him to have a shot from there, but he just...
I'll put it to you, he's given off more assists in this season than the previous 15.
Yeah, yep. I think his legs clearly have shortened. Well, it hasn't shortened metaphorically, but it's his distance and his ability to kick longer has, and I think he's looking for even more than ever, which he always was great for getting teammates into the game.
Here he is for his second goal, the Sydney Swans wingman. He doesn't let them down. Party time. In the lands of the Gadigal people, the Eora Nation. It's Marngrook, and it's a Sydney Swans victory on Friday night. 11-11-77. The Carlton 6-14-50. The Swans are out by 27. Time on final term. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, the Carlton captain got the ankle re-strapped. He was wincing as he was coming on. He hobbled all the way out. He's in warrior mode, so he's out there with, very big wound.
Crowd, Declan?
36,310 on a very cold Sydney winter night. How good's that?
Very good.
That's not cold.
5 degrees.
Come on. Someone who comes from the... I'm sure it's very cold in Ireland. You're whinging big time when you first arrived here. You're wearing 3 shirts. One of them's inside out.
Look what Sydney's done to me.
Yeah.
So Paddy Cripps with a bung ankle trying to play on for Carlton. But seems like it'll be an effort in vain as Goulden handballs it over his shoulder. Luke Parker squeezes it to centre half forward. Picked up by Sard. Handball wide to Cottrell. He's been good. Hasn't had enough mates though. Wide to Durden on the wing. Looking for Curnow, but Blakey has been brilliant on him in the last. What a quarter from Nick Blakey. It has been instrumental in what will be back-to-back wins for the Sydney Swans heading into the bye for them next week. And just maybe this season is starting to build for Sydney belatedly.
That's Blakey's 7th mark this quarter.
Yeah, his second quarter as well was outstanding. We're talking about Curnow to come and play on him. Yeah.
Possession number 33 for Jake Lloyd, meanwhile. Good contest from McLean. He's been honest all night. Good second effort as well to wrap up Chera after the ball hit the ground. Gave away a free kick though. Handballing board to Doherty. He's caught though. Spills free the way of Chera. As supporting Kemp on the wing. Guides it forward. Honours the lead of Durden. Goes inside looking for McGovern, but Sam Wicks has been more than lively in his first game of the season. Out wide to the sub in Corey Warner. Back to Wicks and now Lloyd. Possession number 34 coming up for him. And it is party time for the Swans here on a Friday night at the SCG. They've needed a big scalp like this.
Chad Warner. His milestone game. High inside 50 he goes. They're clamouring forward at ground level. Parker tries to tunnel it free here towards Goulden. Works it back now to Heaney. Off the deck. Back to Chad Warner. Sweeps a hand pass. Back inside forward 50 now. Walsh under pressure. Patley kept it alive here for the Swans. Little 1-2 with Lawrence. His kick was a little too cute going inside 50, and now it was one away from Doherty on Franklin. And the mark is taken by Kennedy at half-back here for Carlton. Works the hand pass again to Doherty. Been busy here, the former skipper. Comes wide to the wing now to find Mackay.
Another quiet game from Harry Mackay. He's struggling this season. Ed Curnow and Sam Walsh with a 1-2. And now it's guided into the arms of Durden inside 50 from Chera for the Blues. So this will peg the margin back It will only help Carlton's percentage, though. The game is won by Sydney. Durden looking for his first goal of the night. 40 out. Just right of centre. And that sums up Carlton's effort in front of goal. Another behind, and their poor kicking has cost them badly. Bad kicking is bad football, they say. 6-15-51 the Blues. Sydney 11-11-77.
Florent to kick out to Francis. The Swans with the bye next week, as Garvey mentioned. They'll take back-to-back wins into that. A little settler on the season, 5-6. And where things look going a few weeks ago against Fremantle with that loss to the Dockers here. But, Carlton's the biggest story, you'd think, league-wide as far as where to for Michael Voss and co. The injuries tonight as well. Walker's had a play on the eastern side, by the way. And throw it back in. Swans by 26. McInerney back to Chad Warner. Back here to Cunningham. And he overcooks it. It goes out of bounds on the foot.
Carlton looks super flat right now, just defensively all across the ground. I know they've got a few wounded warriors out there, but they just look slow now.
Well, they've set themselves the target of finals football. That was the bare minimum, according to their president, Luke Sayers. As Nick Blakey takes another mark inside defensive 50. Well, the superlatives have been exhausted for Nick Blakey in the last. He's slow to get to his feet. Looks like cramp. That's no surprise, considering the way he's conducted himself in this final term. 12 marks now for Nick Blakey. 25 disposals coming up. And when Charlie Curnow was looking threatening, he just extinguished all of that.
Just saw a smile on John Longmire's face in the box as well, which has been rare this year. 36,000 here tonight. Most of them will go home happy. Swans by 26. Back in it comes. Durden dispossessed. In goes Ed Curnow. High ball towards the pocket. Melican goes back with the flight. Blakey, hand pass off the deck here towards Lloyd. Swans can rebound again. Count under pressure here. It's going to be worked away across the goal mouth by Akers in the dying seconds. I guess that's why they call it the Blues. Because back-to-back wins for the Swans may settle their season yet as they approach the bye. But the pressure is well and truly on Michael Voss after a winless month. The Swans win Margaret 2023 by 26 points.
Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
For the Sydney Swans, Warner, Wicks, McInerney and McLean each kicked two, with singles to Goulden, Papley and Haywood. Meanwhile, for the Blues, Jesse Motlop was the only multiple goal kicker. He kicked two. Charlie Curnow kicked one goal, three. Singles to Cottrell, to Koning. And Walsh, Harry Mackay had no goals, three across the game. The Swans by 3 points quarter time, by 6 points at the half, by 8 at the final change, and by 26 at the end.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
11-11-77 to 6-15-51. That's the final tale of the tape. And the Swans, the winners on Friday night to start round 11 here in the second weekend of Sir Doug Nicholls' round here on Grandstand AFL. Thoughts of your experts on Grandstand AFL via ABC Sport, Ty Kennelly and Alicia Eva.
Clearly Sydney's efficiency is the difference in the whole game. You know, we talked about it throughout the game with Carlton's ability to be ineffective by foot, and their skill levels bottom right throughout the night. And clearly when you're kicking as you do, 6 goals, 15 it shows on the scoreboard, but it's all Sydney for mine. Last week's result obviously against North Melbourne, it's amazing what a result can do for you, and you get some win and confidence up, and then obviously your kids, Nick Blakey specifically, in that last quarter was outstanding, but Chad Warner as well throughout the whole game was brilliant. And you're starting to find players in different positions when that happens. Francis and Milliken comes into the team, which helps them, but very hard game of football to watch. Sydney will be certainly very happy to go away with the 4 points.
Yeah, and I think a really good team win for Sydney. Looking at the stats, you don't see, Lloyd, who finished with 35, Warner 29, he was the best of the mids, Blakey with 26, really even across the ground. It wasn't just a midfield dominant performance and a couple of forwards that kicked up and kicked a few. It was a team win, and I think that's what was required tonight. We spoke about Carlton's threat in the air up forward and what Sydney would need to do to nullify that. They probably struggled in the first half to move the ball in a way that led to scores as such, but in the end, they took the most of the opportunities when the ball did go inside 50, and I thought when you're comparing the two sides, I do think Sydney created more opportunities from their forward pressure. There weren't too many set shots, so to speak. There were a lot of snaps and toe pokes and a lot of kind of goals that have come out of chaos and nowhere. And I think that's a credit to, again, the team system, team defence, and just wanting it a little bit more in those scenarios.
We came into tonight with 12th versus 11th, and now the Swans jumped the Blues into 11th. So that's how it currently stands. The Swans have now won 8 of their past 9 games against Carlton at the SCG. So that recent form line continues. But I must admit, I thought Carlton would have them tonight, based on, I suppose, just their power up forward and whether the Swans have been lacking. But it was a scrappy game. The Swans saw their way through it.
Yeah, I was the same during the week, and as I said, pre-game, but coming into the game, as they were close to the game.
Let's head downstairs to Sophie Clapp and your MC.
Who defeated Carlton by 26 points. Before we call up the winning captain, I would like to welcome Mickey O'Loughlin to come forward and present the Goods O'Loughlin Medal to the best player on ground. This medal was created to honour the contribution of Swans greats Adam Goods and Michael O'Loughlin. The winner of the Goods O'Loughlin Medal tonight is Chad Warner from the Sydney Swans.
Fair winner?
Yeah, certainly. His impact throughout the whole game. His efficiency, I think, was in the second quarter was questioning, but his ability to give him first use of the ball, and he got a lot of it, and obviously hitting the scoreboard twice as well helps.
And a milestone game, no less. Chad Warner.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you for coming out in such a special round. I'm so proud to play in this round. Obviously, we've come a long way, and cheers to the Carlton boys for always having a massive crack. It's always great playing against you boys, and can't wait to do it in the years to come. And good job, boys. Hopefully have a few more wins, and thanks to everyone coming out.
Chad Warner, he's a popular figure. And got all the important bits out there as well.
Glad he didn't swear.
Kevin Taylor, who will present the Marngook Trophy to Swans co-captain Luke Parker.
Kevin Taylor, storied career in WA, in Victoria. Had a year with the Swans at South Melbourne. He gives the trophy to Luke Parker. Gets an embrace from Michael O'Loughlin as Luke Parker.
First off, cheers to Carlton for an incredible effort tonight. We've been through that rough patch like you guys, and you'll bounce back and get back on a roll. Love how you guys go about it, so well done. Thanks for everyone coming out tonight. Such a special game to be a part of, to celebrate Australia's First Nations people. They've done so much for the game. I've been lucky enough to play with some of the most exciting Indigenous players of all time, and what they bring to the game is just something special. So this is for you boys, but thanks for everyone coming out, and let's hopefully get on a roll, boys.
There you go, Luke Parker, the winning captain. Should also mention Kevin Taylor's year he had for West Torrens in the SANFL in the late 80s.
Presentation. Thank you, everyone, and travel home safely.
Thanks to you, Sophie Clappin, as well. 36,310 was tonight's crowd. A nice effort. They always come late, but given the rather cool conditions tonight, you never quite know with Sydney sports crowds, but the Swans fans have always been a pretty good number.
And plenty of Blue supporters here as well. Yep. So well done to Chad Warner, who wins the Goods O'Loughlin medal. It was tough to vote on it. As I
yes,
maybe involved with it.
Right. I didn't even think of that.
And so it was
Gee, you kept that
Blakey
quiet.
and Warner, it was the tough call at the end. Blakey came on.
Who did you go for?
With the wettest of sails.
Blakey.
Warner in the end, the 2 goals, and I guess for longer periods in the game, but not by much. I mean, to be honest, with the final siren, I wondered if I'd got the votes around the wrong way. It was going to cost Nick Blakey the medal. But no, I think Warner 3, Blakey 2, and I thought Sam Walsh was really good as well for Carlton. He got the 1. A big story out of tonight, though, is Harry Mackay. I was watching him as he walked off the ground, and he just looked completely distraught. So 8 disposals, 4 marks, no goals, 3. This is an All-Australian and Coleman medalist from 2021. He's now kicked 14-16 for the season, and it just looks as if all belief in himself and Tiger and Alicia is gone.
Yeah, it did tonight, and like Tig said earlier, you have to feel for a player when you can visibly see that playing out. He's obviously got to go away and keep working on his craft and look at the positives from the game in terms of his individual performance and his marking. So he's giving himself those opportunities, but he's got to make the most of them when he's a big key forward. So, in this day and age, when everything goes on social media, when you turn on the TV and you go on your phone and whatnot, this is a story that's talked about all over in terms of the footy landscape. So it's harder to escape than what it would have been 20 years ago, I'm sure. But, that's why you have professionals working in your club as well. So it's not just your skills coaches, it's the people in the background that make sure that, you can face this skill execution error front on and, bounce back next week. That's all he can do.
I just want to see him crash and bash. I couldn't care two hoots if he kicked 0-10 in a game. But come and have some authority on the game as a key forward because your team needs you. So clearly he's got the yips, and clearly it's an issue that you can continue to work on. But I'm looking on a guy that's playing on blokes that are 10 centimetres smaller than him, and he's got no presence whatsoever as a centre-half forward in the game. Like, that's the biggest issue. Like, people get bluffed and confused about his goal kicking, but it's more about he dropped the mark here in front and it was here and he just didn't want the mark at all. Just go through the ball and create the content. He didn't crash and bash enough for mine tonight. He just, that's what you want from your key forward, and I think we'll often harp on it and we'll confuse the fact that, well, he's missing set shots and all that. Fine, and that's going to happen. We understand that. If you flip it a block at the other end of the park, and Buddy Franklin, he's played games where he's kicked 15 behinds, and he'll keep doing it, but he'll keep having a contest and creating opportunities for his teammates. And that's probably what Harry needs to get back to, is forget about the actual set shots component itself and just actually go and compete for the ball. And if you mark him, great. And if you kick him, great. If you don't, so be it. Let's go on next contest and trying to get yourself into that mind frame of, I'm going to help my teammates as much as possible when that ball's in my area.
Nice moment. They're all down there, the past players, sort of mingling with the current crop as they make their way into the rooms. We'll get some reaction, and we'll hear the song downstairs with Declan Byrne hanging around in there as well. But Derek Kickett, those names we mentioned as well, Troy Cook, Kevin Taylor, Lewis Jetta from more recent times as well, all hanging around there, and it's a nice celebration of the some of the names that have been around this club, and it's just a nice vibe, I suppose. They've been out to sort of see a lot of their fans around different parts of the SCG as if they're a visiting team. Of course, it's their home fans, but they've had a couple of losses here as well in recent times. So to celebrate tonight and mark the occasion the way that it deserved to be marked, with a pretty commanding win in the end off that last quarter.
Really big one, considering Paddy McCartan, Tom McCartan out, Dane Rampy out, Callum Mills as well. In a must-win game, it must be a massive confidence booster, Alicia, for Sydney, considering all of that.
Yeah, I think this is why, Sydney are going in looking like they do, and Carlton went off looking like they did. It was one of those games where, particularly going to the bye for Sydney, if they lost tonight, it is incredibly deflating. For them to go in tonight very undermanned in terms of some of their key pillars, to get the result, that's hugely buoyant.
Come in, Declan.
Yes, very excited. Luke Parker holding the trophy. High fives all around. Yahoos as they walk in. Very, very happy with themselves with their first home away win in a few games. Few fans getting down here as well, cheering them on. And they're just getting the circle ready to sing the song. Calling a few of the players in. full of people down here. It's a big win for them. Everyone in the club is down here as well. All the staff are getting involved. And a wide circle with all of those Indigenous players you were talking about. The best part of 19 that have played for the Swans, getting in the circle, looking like about 35 players and ex-players in the circle as they sing the song.
Magnificent. Back to you shortly, Declan. That's, by the way, their first win at home since round 2. Just to sort of contextualise how long it's been. So there you go.
And after that round, everyone's gone, wow, how good is Sydney looking?
Yeah, because they smashed Hawthorn.
Smashed Hawthorn, and big Gold Coast in round 1, and you're going, well, hang on a second, they're flying, and then all these injuries happen. And the most pleasing thing for John Longmire and the coaching staff, obviously bar the 4 points, is Francis and Milliken. And the fact that you found a couple now when you do get injuries, and McCartan comes back, and you start getting the week, but Laddams will come back after the boys. So now they're starting to add some more depth.
Can they get back?
Yeah, they can. They can now. Yeah, you can stop. Once you turn the ledger close enough to go, if you get 6 and 6, it's game on. So it's obviously you need a lot to go right for you.
So
it's still hard to watch them. It's still hard to watch. They're clunky, and they're clunky at the moment. But it's doable now for mine.
They've got the bye next, then the Pride game, which is Thursday week. That's the next home game against St Kilda, or the next game all up after the bye. And we'll have some reaction from the Swans rooms very shortly. I think they've got a team meeting first up though, but I'll get to that shortly. And then So St Kilda, then Brisbane, West Coast here. So that's a no worries. Geelong, Richmond. There's a couple of tricky ones there as well, and that sort of Western
that
Bulldogs.
Geelong one Friday night, obviously after when the grand final, what happened earlier in the season.
Yeah.
They've had a bit of bad luck this season. I mean, there was the Port Adelaide game where they lost both the McCartan brothers. They lose by under a goal. I mean, that's very difficult for them, of course, to win the game in that situation. So they've had to go through some games without some key players. And then last week they get lucky, let's be honest, with that decision against North Melbourne and the Kangaroos mistake. And then tonight, Carlton had plenty of chances. Their kicking was woeful, 6-15. I mean, on another night, maybe the Blues have a decent lead and that saps the confidence away from Sydney. So they deserve that, though. They deserve a bit of luck to go their way because early in the season, Ty, it just well and truly went against them.
Yeah, it is, and it's often very hard when you do lose key personnel in your team. It's hard to cover no matter what team you are. You're looking at either end of the ground, and Reid was another one. I think it probably masked a lot of problems with Sydney's depth when he went down this year. The year he had last year was enormous for the team as forward of the ball. Amadi obviously going down, and now McDonald, and then the other end of the ground. So you lost 6 key forwards. Or key players, and that's very hard to cover. And then your midfielders just weren't playing as well as they should. So look, they got to look the last couple of weeks. Clearly, we understand what happened last week, but tonight I think if Carlton. That's what's frustrating from a Carlton point of view. They've had their opportunities to win games, and I just think their structure forward of the ball was poor, and their efficiency by foot is as bad as I've seen for a long, long time, and it doesn't allow those players. We talk about Harry obviously having an impact as a forward, but Kerno's, his numbers are big, but if I'm coaching the Sydney Swans, I'm happy for him to get his ball outside 50 as high as he can, because he did have 2 or 3 marks inside 50, but if he's had 10 marks inside 50, he's kicked 4 or 5 goals. There's a big difference between that, getting the marks up the ground, and obviously inside your forward 50.
Yeah, 1-3 Kerno kicked. So, at one stage it looked like he was absolutely going to be the man to break the game open for Carlton, but it just, they started jumping in each other's way a little bit. It in many ways, it almost brought Blakey into the game. If one of the Carlton forwards was not in the best position to run and jump at the ball, but still in the vicinity, it meant Blakey could jump across, and that's what he did maybe 6 or 7 times in the last quarter.
Get Kerno to stand beside Blakey and say, you know what, play on me. He's the best forward in the game. He just didn't do it well enough, and the coaching group as a whole and the players as a group there. You just got to create the opportunity for the forward, and you hear it all the time in all levels of football. If you're hot as a forward, I'm hot, get out of my space. And he clearly was hot for the majority of that game, and they just didn't create the opportunity to give him looks 1v1 in the forward 50, because he was going to mark it if he got him, but he just didn't get enough of those opportunities.
What is hot is the pressure on Carlton now, as far as, if it wasn't already, that game next week against Melbourne, Friday night at the MCG, that is just going to be huge for a lot of reasons. But the Blues for now are 4-6-1. So that's how it currently stands for Michael Voss's men. A winless month, and now 6 of their past 7. That's the situation for them. We'll get your votes shortly as well, Ty, after the interview, but we've got to get down there once the team meeting wraps up. We'll hear from Declan Bird and get some reaction from down there very shortly. Listening from Madrid, says Joe, don't feel confident for the Blues, but always enjoy the ABC broadcast. Thank you, Joe. 0437 774 774. You can keep your text coming before we're off air in about 20 minutes' time. And, of course, look ahead to tomorrow. Massive day, as I mentioned, starting at midday with the lead. If you're in SA, you get local grandstand from 11 o'clock, and then all your footy offering from there, depending where you are. Just head to the ABC Listen app, and you can hear every game of this season streaming on the ABC Listen app. I'll run you through all those games again later on before we say farewell tonight. But there's still the matter of just wrapping things up here after Sydney's 26-point win over Carlton, the first game of round 11. The numbers, Garby, just give us a few of those if you can in detail as they finished up.
So Jake Lloyd, 35 disposals, prolific across half-back. Warner, 29 possessions, the winner of the Goods O'Loughlin medal. 7 inside 50s, 6 score involvements, 2 goals. It was a tight call between him and Nick Blakey, no doubt, for the medal. Blakey had 26 disposals, 12 marks, and so many of those in the last quarter. 4 score involvements for Blakey as well. He was brilliant. I mean, those two, if you could share the medal, you'd love to between them, but Warner just won out. Robbie Fox, he had 28 disposals last week, Robbie Fox. That was a career high. 24 tonight. He's getting a lot of touches across half-back. Parker had 21, 7 clearances. On the tackle front, Heaney with 10 tackles and Rowbottom with 12. So Isaac Heaney spoke about his form issues during the week. He clearly focused on the defensive side of his game to contribute. 7 clearances as well. He did that with a great effect. For Carlton, Sam Walsh was brilliant. 31 possessions, 11 of those contested, 8 inside 50s, 5 score involvements. Doherty 25, Chera 24, Cottrell really good with 23 possessions and a goal. Cripps injured his ankle late, 19 disposals, try to play on, but he must be in doubt next week for what will be another pressure cooker game for them against Melbourne. Charlie Kerno was brilliant, wasn't he, for most of the night? Only the 1 goal, but so many big marks. Harry Mackay, 8 disposals, just the 4 marks, no goals, 3, and that is a big issue for the Blues at the moment.
The injury toll was significant. You mentioned Paddy Cripps, and then, of course, there's the Nick Newman hamstring, Ollie Hollins with his shoulder, and, of course, George Hewitt was subbed out in the first term with that head knock, which didn't look nice either, and they never do. So that is another concern tonight for Carlton, is the injury toll. And their 6th loss now of season 2023. The place is emptied here, but it sounds like it's action-packed down in the Swans' rooms, as we'll hear from someone from their camp very, very shortly. 26-point winners here tonight.
Can I talk about a bit of an unsung hero in my eyes now? I'm looking at these numbers and I'm reflecting on the game. Justin McInerney playing on that wing, and we spoke about how important that the wing is to the defensive system and getting back and helping defenders out. His work rate to do that was outstanding early, but then he's also kicked 2 goals himself. So his ability to run end to end, again, really impressive tonight.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's get down to the Swans' rooms. So I was looking for you to say something, Ty. Down to Declan Good point, Alicia. Very good point. Sorry. Declan Byrne is with one of the winners.
Yeah, we've got Errol Goulden with us. Errol, a special night here at the SCG Marngrook. How good was that?
Yeah, it was brilliant. It's one of the fixtures that you highlight every year when the fixture comes out. It's a very special game for our club, and to have all the past Indigenous players here in the rooms after the game to celebrate with us was really special.
Yeah, what does it mean? Because there was a beautiful pre-game. They were out there. They joined you in the circle. They're still here in the rooms. Is there one or two that sticks out to you that you can't believe are here in the rooms with you?
I think to have Mickey O here and is unbelievable, but probably more so I grew up watching Lewis Jetta. He was one of my favourite players, and actually before the 2014 Grand Final he gave me a pair of his boots at open training, so got that little connection with him, which is pretty special.
And have you talked to him about that before, or Mickey O perhaps?
I haven't spoken to Jets about it, but I might go have a chat with him after this and ask him if he remembers.
Well, a really good win. Let's head upstairs and get a few questions from the team.
Well done, Errol. It's Tig, mate. Tell us about your boots that you're wearing tonight, actually.
Hey, Tig. Yeah, my boots were designed by Alicia Newman, who's one of our AFLW players. So she's done, several pairs across the comp. She did mine, Chatty's and Rams's as well for this week. And, it was really special. It's kind of about my journey through footy and also with my family as well. So really grateful that she did that for me.
Yeah, it's great, mate. It's a great round, like you said, and certainly the big win for the football club. Challenging, obviously, the past month of football and to get the win, but how good was the feeling in the rooms right now?
Yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously, heading into the bye was a very important game for us, and I thought we played pretty good footy. We were obviously still a bit undermanned down back, but I thought our boys stood up really well down there against two of the best key forwards in the comp, and just a really solid team performance. And that last quarter in particular, when we were kind of up against it a bit and showed a lot of fight, and it was a really good win in the end.
Just one more from me. Just your own role. Clearly you come in as a half forward and a wing, and how's your body holding up from the inside mid? There's a difference between playing the wing role and the miles that you're covering, but obviously getting the crash and bash of an inside mid. And how's your body holding up?
Yeah, my body feels really good. Touch wood. I was kind of drip fed minutes through the wing and midfield last year, and had to put on some size over the off season if I wanted to kind of get a bit more time through there. So holding up pretty well to this stage, but definitely looking forward to having a week off next week for sure.
G'day, Errol. It's Alicia Eva up here. Well done on the win, mate. You spoke about it before, just how important your your back six were tonight. Just want to ask you about Nick Blakey. Obviously, he had an outstanding last quarter. He was playing a key back role, but also provided plenty of dash for you guys. How important did you see his role tonight?
Yeah, it was really, really important. I think. I think when you're coming up against two key forwards like Colonel and Mackay, it's not just down to the back six. I think our team defence was really good for most of the night, and also putting pressure on their entries high up the field. But last quarter from Liz was unbelievable, and obviously his defensive work was really good. But the way he got our ball movement going a couple of times when he gets his back up and he's running through the middle of the SCG taking bounces, it's bloody good to watch.
G'day, Errol. Daniel Garb here. I'm really enjoying your form at the moment. You're a bit like Fabinho in there in the midfield for City at the moment. I'm loving your tackling, Errol. It's a part of your game that we don't speak about too much. We know it's what you can do with boot to ball and so on, but the tackling, how much importance do you put on that? Because it's been a feature in the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's definitely something I focus on. I think it's a great way to get into the game without, getting a disposal or kicking a goal or something like that. It's just something that I kind of go back to and focus on if I'm kind of floating through the game is just laying a tackle. And, our pressure and tackling is something that we put a really high importance on. And it's probably the focus of, majority of our mids and forwards. And, it was obviously laid a few tonight, which was good. But,
look at tonight, Errol. It's Brett Sprigg here, and it was Chad's 50th. Obviously, your 50th was a few weeks ago. Around that time of your career where you're playing that sort of 50, 60 games mark, I know Justin McInerney's in the same sort of stage as well. What happens to you in that sort of, third, fourth year career where you start to feel... You're playing amazing football. What sort of changes in those from those first couple of years?
I think it's probably a confidence thing and, just a bit more kind of experience and playing more games and finding what works for me. And, if I'm struggling at the start of the game, kind of how I can work back into it. But I think the key thing you mentioned is that there's a lot of us in that bracket. And I think one thing that we've really worked on probably the start of last year and through this year is leading on each other and talking about how we're going when we're out there and, at the break. And and really helping each other. And I think that's probably how we get the best out of ourselves and the best out of one another is just, well, I think we're a really close group and just constantly checking in and talking about how we're going in the game and, what we're seeing and feeling. But I think also one thing is the backing from the older boys and the coaching staff as well to back us in and play big roles in the team. So I think it's probably a combination of those things.
Not to mention Sam Wicks is in a similar sort of bracket as well. Had that setback with his shoulder. How pleased were you for him tonight?
Yeah, the Riz God. It was great to see him back. He kicked a couple of snaggies early and he was up and about. But yeah, he just brings that elite forward pressure and he was very good tonight. It was really good to have him back in the team. He's one of the biggest energy givers at the club and love playing with him.
Pride game coming up next, but what do you got planned for the bye?
I'm going to go down to Adelaide tomorrow with Mum and watch my sister play. She's playing down in the SANFL for South Adelaide. They got their first final tomorrow, on Sunday. So going to fly down and watch her play, and hopefully they can get the chockies and get into the grand final.
Beautiful, great stuff tonight. Go and see Jets, get that photo. You have to do that for us because it's a great story. You've got his boots and you can have a chat to him. It's a great vibe down there, it sounds like. Congratulations on the win tonight. Thanks for your time talking to us.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Well done, mate. Errol Goulden with us on Grandstand AFL.
Great family.
Yeah.
Great family. A big Swans family. Good, big football family. His dad was very close to us as a group. He owned a lot of restaurants and pubs in that time of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was Eba, absolute superstar, and now he's running.
A bloke who owns pubs now would be a good friend of yours.
Yes,
no matter if it was
right.
5, 6, 7, 9, 10.
Can I give a shout out to Coast Golf Course down down the coast? And
I got married there, so I'll let you have that one.
There you go.
And I play a lot of golf there. It's a great spot. And I just love the way in which we watched him burst on the scene, and the kicking skills stood out straight away, and he could find a goal and find space on the wing. But his ability this season, Alicia, to move on ball and dominate and pick up possessions at such a high number. I think he's well and truly in the mix for an All-Australian Blazer at the moment in just his third season. That's been so impressive because I can't imagine that transition is that easy.
It's easier if you're a really good player. I think that's what we see with some of the young guns in the competition at the moment. They play all their under-18 football in the guts and they work away at their craft for a really long time. And, I guess with a team like Sydney, there's always been a really solid inside mid brigade. But as time moves on, opportunities open up, and I guess the good players rise to the top, and that's what he's doing. And it's good to see him play fantastic football.
I remember watching him as a 12-year-old in Albury, the competition they played the Swans and versus the Giants and under 12s, 13s, 14s, and the kid was just dominating. And the talent manager at the time, Darren Dinneman, was like, "Have a look at this kid," and he was 11 at the time, and he was just getting huge numbers at the time. And to recruiters, to the people, we talk about the Paddy Dow situation, the Leopards don't change stripes. If they're doing it at 18, generally they'll do that at senior football. If you're going to recruit a player that's only getting 8 or 9 possessions from 18s football, and you're thinking, we'll put him in the middle and hopefully he gets 28. Well, it doesn't work that way. The kids have played the football the way they generally play it as 18 at junior football, and they transition into senior football, and he's certainly an example of that.
Seeing as you mentioned Paddy Dow, and this is the whole thing about his non-selection in the Carlton team, that his disposal by foot is wasteful and that he's not defending. Well, if that's not going to get you in the team, it's not getting you out of the team either.
It is frustrating. It's extremely frustrating.
Yeah. If you're Paddy Dow...
Or if you're a Carlton supporter. They've got two of the best forwards in the country. One of them's not going at the moment, but...
Anyway, 26 points, the Swans winners here. Who gets your Player of the Year votes, Tig?
One vote's to Jakey Lloyd. I think his second quarter was outstanding, and his ability to use the ball in the third stood out for mine. I'm going to flip just because Garby decided to go with Warner, and I'm going to go Warner 2 votes. And I think just Nick's ability, obviously, in the second quarter and the last quarter, when the game was still kind of in the balance, I thought he was probably the one player that looked with so much polish throughout the game. Himself and Kernow were the two that looked like by foot. Walsh obviously a bit stiff, but in a losing team, the way the ball was, that's probably the one that misses out. So it's Blakey, Warner, and is one
Walsh. Nothing wrong with that call. Just
hang on, no,
I didn't say Walsh. Jake Lloyd for me.
Lloyd. Sorry.
So
Apologies.
so just to recap, Alfred, 3 Blakey, 2 Warner, One Lloyd.
Apologies. Warner got 9 votes for the Goods O'Loughlin medal, and Blakey got 4. So it was very close. I think it was just about a 50-50 call, and you wouldn't argue if Nick Blakey was given the medal, but he did receive 3 votes from all 3 people on the panel.
There you go. So that's how it all finishes up here for the time being. The Swans by 26 points.
What about the heat on Carlton? They're going to go back into Melbourne tomorrow, and my God, it's going to be so intense. And the fact that is it third year of Aussie?
Second, isn't it?
Second only. It is too.
And the chairman came out this week and said he is coach until the end of 2024, and we know that means nothing. But he's been backed. But they've also said finals is the bare minimum expectation. And they're looking up against it now. And it's understandable they would say that, but when you do, well, that's a marker for everyone to use against you, and that just amplifies the pressure on the coach, doesn't it?
Sorry, Alicia. Before the game, I said it, their depth is just not there. It's not. And I did an exercise myself in the list that was there, and there's a lot of crosses as far as non-A or B grade footballers. There's at max A-grade footballers in the team. They are elite A-grade footballers, but where are the rest to help? And that's the challenge that they've got with their list now. When you get an injury, or Mackay's got the yips at the moment, he's just not on. Well, there's 2 of them down. So you're kind of going, well, hang on. We're down to 6-star players, and their list, I think, needs an overhaul. I think they don't have enough quality B graders that are there, that are journeymen. You talk about the Swans, Alicia, as far as their ability to share the load in the game itself, and that was clear. It was probably the difference in the end, that they're just a weight of numbers is their ability. They all chipped in and win the game through the weight of numbers. So that's a big thing that they've got to address.
And does Cripps get up? Now, he came off the ground looking very, very sore. He went back on the ground the last few minutes, but wasn't running very well. So that'll be another big talking point this week.
Got some bad news from the Swans rooms. Lewis Jetta legged it and couldn't get the photo with Errol Gould. So we might miss out on that one for our socials, but it was a nice story all the same. Alicia, thank you very much for being with us tonight, as always. We'll see you next time.
You will. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Alicia.
Why didn't you run out the door and catch him? Jets isn't that quick.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He still is these days. Thanks, mate. See you next time. Thank you, Garby.
Thanks all.
To Declan Byrne. Thanks to our tech, Mick Radojkovic, and to Renelle Moa here as well. Thank you, Nelly, and to Ben Cameron back in the studio. Tomorrow, of course, I mentioned the lead from midday. If you're in WA, you'll get Sports Talk, a 2-hour Sports Talk from 10 till 12 into Naarm versus Walyalup. Of course, Melbourne Freo are the first of those games you'll hear. Everyone else, St Kilda versus Hawthorn, Geelong v GWS, Gold Coast and the Western Bulldogs, West Coast and Essendon, your games. Of course, the ABC Listen app is the best place to hear all of that. SA Grandstand from 11 o'clock and the lead from midday there as well. It's good night from us at the SCG, where it was the Swans by 26 points over Carlton. Here's how we saw it.
This is the Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Clark, the former Roo, swings it now back to the wing here for McInerney. Got some space on that fat side of the ground now. Kick was smothered. Arrives here, back though it's gathered by Wicks. Back to McInerney, who lets fly from 40, and the Swans have the first. Well, worked out okay in the end.
Falls to Sam Walsh. 55 out from goal. Sets it up for Charlie Curnow, who marks. It's always one of the best in the business. 36 goals for the season for Charlie Curnow. Kicks it to the man of the mark. Unbelievable. Gets it back to Motlop. He gets free of a couple of tackles. Snaps on goal. The Blues have got one anyway. And it's Jesse Motlop. And Sir Doug Nicholls round. Balls away of Hickey now. Handballs it to Wicks. He can snap on goal. Sam Wicks looking for his second. It will bounce up and bounce through. Oh, scrappy as it may be, Sam Wicks has another. And an important one for Sydney.
Haywood, a step. Big boot of his. Up it goes. Inside 50. McLean wasn't paid to grab. Wicks off to Warner. He can snap on the left-hand Warner. What a way for the Swans to kick the first goal of the second half. In his 50th game, Chad Warner joins the list of goal scorers.
Bouncing inside 50 for the Blues. Fox's tackle. Spills to Doherty. Handball over the top to Walsh. He'll have a shot on goal from 40 out on the angle. And he'll kick it. Excellent from Sam Walsh, the Blues superstar. Looking for his first goal of the night. And he's got it. Didn't kick a goal last week. That's a rarity for Tom Papley. He's corrected that. Spills the way of Hayward. Looks for Franklin one-on-one in attack with Wiedering. What a contest that's been. Wiedering has dominated it, but Franklin gets booster ball. Can McLean soccer it through? It sits up to Chad Warner. He'll kick one to the Swans. Finally, a goal in the last, and Warner has two.
Socket forward here by Sydney. Parker inside 50. Volleys it out of the air. High ball towards the goal square. Hayward gets separation on Kennedy and pops it through from the square. It's two in quick succession, and the Swans feel just about home. I guess that's why they call it the Blues. There's back-to-back wins for the Swans. May settle their season yet as they approach the bye, but the pressure is well and truly on Michael Boss after a winless month. The Swans win Margaret 2023 by 26 points.
Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Oh, you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. I feel your need to discover music, to be guided and surprised by knowledgeable and likable experts. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you joyously grooving to Triple J and Double J, chilling with ABC Jazz, bird scooting on ABC Country, and expanding your musical palette on ABC Classic. Your reading is complete. No, I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is free. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll. Can you be more Pacific?